You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. I'll see you in the chat during the show, yes? What? What, Milo? All right. Milo wants me to tell you something, everyone. He says, click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. I agree with that message as well. Very well played, Milo. Very well played. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. As you will see, all of the players are still working from home and practicing their social distancing. As soon as the time is right, I'll let all of the players back into the dungeon. Don't you worry your little britches. Now, throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. Tonight we have 4 Dungeon Run props available, if you're watching live, that is. If you love the show, you can show love. When you buy Show Love, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. And of course, you can show love to any member of the team, including myself. I love being shown love. Yes, Milo, they can show you love as well. Good. Next, you can bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. The ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. Or you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain. Yes. That's right, Milo. I will remind them. Thank you. Milo's ball is still out, which means you can also get a Milo's ball. But do not, please, because I told him to put it away, since, of course, you know the force cards are not in play and they do not affect the game. Milo decided he still wanted it in play, and therefore we're leaving it in play. But do understand that it affects him. So if you touch it, if you use it, you may be doing some harm. Preza, you just killed my minion! Again! This is like the 45th time. Unbelievable. All right, so Milo is dead. Yes, that's what happens when you touch Milo's ball or get a Milo's ball. Please don't do it again because it just causes a mess. Now, when you give props, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Also, for all things Dungeon Run, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. There, you will find more info on our characters, the Dungeon Run merch, and a link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join a wonderful community of runners. That's you guys, the ones watching. Now, you can upload your fan art there as well. And to those who have already submitted, I see you and I thank you. Now, let's meet our brave souls, the cast of characters. Please welcome Jared Kajak as Civ Red Thistle.
So, Lord Airban, I heard of a new vegan brain dessert. You know what it is?
Tell me.
Cauliflower. That's it.
That is absolutely incredible.
Oh my
I
God.
love it. I must start eating this cauliflower.
Yeah, you should try
Because
it.
I need to get myself on one of these vegan diets. I've heard they're so good for you and your
kind of looks like brains
cholesterol
too.
levels. Yes, I think. I've never seen one, so I'm going to have to check that out for myself. Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Taig.
Hi. I don't know if you watched last
Hi.
episode, but I'm pretty bad at making jokes, so I'm not even gonna try it.
Well, we disagree, Jessica. We think you're phenomenal at jokes. Or at least Milo does.
Well,
right,
thank
Milo?
you.
Oh, he's dead. I forgot.
Oh,
All
well,
right.
that's not.
Morgan. No, try that was a joke. Morgan Peter Brown as James Quillas.
I'm pretty sure we have new viewers out here tonight. I mean, so let's try and make good impressions, folks. Come on.
Let's
This
try
is
that.
us.
Let me
This
just
is the true
let me
us.
also say your name once again because I think I got it cut off in the beginning.
Oh.
It is Morgan Peter Brown, everyone, who
Thank you,
plays the
thank
character James Quillas.
I missed
Also,
it if you
James
mispronounced it.
Quillas. I wanted to be a little louder when I said it.
I appreciate that always.
Next up, I love you, and thank you. Next up, we have Ronald Ogden as the one and only Argo.
What's up, Flaya? I also have a brain joke for you.
Give it to me.
What's the best Ron for your brain?
Ronald Ogden.
Yes, but neuron.
Oh God,
So bad.
it's
I
getting worse.
Quite good. Neuron. I'll remember
Neuron.
that. Neuron. All right. You just make sure I
Good to see you,
write
buddy.
that down in the book. Very good to see you. And the last member of the cast, but not least, of course, the one and only Katie Michaels as Lily Dumblestock.
That's me. I thought the answer to Ron's thing was going to be Ronald Noggin.
Also,
I was
also
going
correct
to say
answer.
Ronald Ogden. I just didn't. But it isn't. It's neuron, as we learned.
Yeah, yeah.
Neuron is the
I was
answer.
Ron.
Thank you, Katie.
Yeah.
You interesting. Well, this is
Gonna be one of those
very
shows.
cheeky.
Gonna be a great
I
snack.
like this. All right. Now, last but not least, and in my opinion, one of the greatest human beings on planet Earth, though he might disagree, our dungeon master, the one, the only, Mr. Jeff Carnata.
Wow, thank you, Airban. Knowing your opinion generally of human beings, I feel pretty great about that. Thank you.
You're one of my favorites.
Thank
If I
you.
were to only have one brain that I could feast on for the rest of my life, Jeffrey, it would be yours. By the way, do I see a Dungeon Run shirt? that
Yes,
you're
got
wearing?
that merch.
What is that?
Yeah,
Why do
baby.
I not have one of those, Milo? Go get one. If you have to steal it, steal it. Good. All right. As the journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching the Dungeon Run. Red Robin! I did not need that. Milo is now in millions of bits and pieces all over the place. Great. Oof. All right. And Raven Queen, my goodness, a potato. We can make dinner finally. For Milo, that is. Thank you for that so very much. Now, keep the comments coming, be ever vigilant, and let the dice roll!
Yeah! All right. Welcome, everybody. I am so excited. It is episode 54 of the Dungeon Run.
Wow.
And if this is your first time, an extra special welcome. And fear not, it is episode 54.
but we will give you everything you need to jump right in and enjoy the show with us. But I highly encourage you to join what is the best community on the internet. The best. The Dungeon Runners, the Watchers of the Time Stream. Head over to that Discord and join up, join in, take part. It's an incredible group of people that we are so privileged to be associated with.
Hashtag truth.
Indeed.
Hashtag.
All right.
Quiet
Let
paladin.
Let's catch everybody up, shall we? It started as a simple dungeon run, but we are a long way from simple now. These 5 adventurers became the Heroes of Bingle when they saved Lily's island home from a vicious warrior named Jan Mo. The half-dragonborn Triton commanded a legion of undersea monsters to attack the beach gnome community, dragging residents and vacationers alike into the watery depths to become slaves, or worse. After driving back the invaders and rescuing Lily's family, the heroes hoped they had seen the last of Jan Mo, but fate had other plans. Incredible magic has catapulted the team back in time 22 years and cast them in the unlikely role of protecting the 5-year-old boy who will one day become Jan Mo. They rescued him and his family from a haunted castle infused with madness on the Isle of Rum. The boy's father, Choran, claims to know where the treasure cache of the Shazengao Empire is hidden and has made a deal to trade that knowledge in exchange for freedom from the bounty placed on his head by the dynasty. The heroes, working for the infamous pirate Whitebeard, agreed to help Choran to save his family so that they may learn more about the extraordinary magical items and the weapon he says is inside the cache. In the guise of mercenaries, they sailed to the port town of Boster, started a tavern brawl, competed in an underground fighting ring, and visited a clairvoyant sea hag who whispered visions of their past, present, and future. Seeing her chained and used as a sideshow attraction, the team returned to the sea hag's den, killed the halflings imprisoning her, and set her free. They also learned of a mysterious man living in a lighthouse on Ocean's Gull Point, and the strange liquor of the dead he brewed there, inside the carcasses of dead creatures. When the team discovered that that man was responsible for burning the castle rum and aligned himself with a demonic being called the Lord of Crows, they decided to return to the lighthouse and confront him about his crimes. But that confrontation turned deadly, as the heroes were pulled down into a subterranean chamber beneath the structure and attacked by the Lord of Crows itself. Fortunately, James was able to banish the foul creature back to the plane whence it came and maintain his concentration on the spell, while his teammates battled noxious plants, reanimated corpses, and a creature composed entirely of an undulating mass of the liquor of the dead. The battle was harrowing and nearly cost them their lives, but in the end, the Heroes of Bingle vanquished their foes and even achieved a new level of experience. Ugo took an oath to the goddess of light and truth, the Candle Queen, taking his first steps toward becoming a paladin, or a palabarbadin, something. They were also able to investigate the grave beneath the lighthouse for clues to the Lord of Crow's origin and its connection to the mysterious Old Ones, said to have knowledge of a time before the Great War of Ideas. What they found was a bizarre object illuminating the space beneath the foundation, an obelisk woven out of thin sticks and black raven feathers rising out of the stony ground. 3 primitive and enigmatic symbols adorned its front, which appeared to open like a sarcophagus. Choosing not to risk any further encounter with the banished demon, the team set fire to the feathers and watched as they burned, filling the cavern under the lighthouse with thick, billowing smoke. As we left off last week, the battered and triumphant heroes of Bingle emerged out of a drainage tunnel that emptied into the ocean. Ugo and Civ led the way, with Fahima, James, and Lily trailing behind, the 3 mages blasting away with their spells back down through the passage at the infernal, burning obelisk. And that is where we will pick up this week, do want to thank some folks that have been giving us love already. We got balloons, which we so appreciate, from Lambent Zerker, Subotai the Smithy, Alex Nelson, follower of Fahima, Dresden Dark, Goofus McDorkle,
Yeah.
Digital Realm, Persephone, The Carson, and others. Thank you for welcoming us. Thank you for starting the show off with some love. We appreciate that.
And I just want to make mention. I believe I prefer Palabarian.
Palabarian is pretty good.
Palabarian.
Barbaladin.
Barbaladin is also very good. I like
Ooh.
Barbaladin as well.
Palabarbadin, you didn't like that one?
Palabarbadin. It sounds like a over-the-counter drug. I'll have some Palabarbadin, please.
Yeah,
Or,
you know,
or yeah, a
Yeah.
good deodorant.
Ask your doctor if
Does it have
Palabarbadin is
Palabarbin?
good for you. Yeah, right for you. All right. So we are picking the show up moments after we left off last week. As you make your way through this now ripped open drainage tunnel, this egress from underneath the structure of the lighthouse itself, the three magic users, James throwing eldritch blasts, Fahima casting fireballs, and Lily casting a massive shatter right at the end. The three of you watching as the combined forces of the eldritch blast with this force energy pummeling the structure as it burns. Fahima igniting the remaining feathers that are billowing smoke up and out through the tunnel right behind you, and then the shatter rocking the very foundation of this obelisk until it explodes behind you, and you see the whole foundation, the whole structure start to shake and moan and move, and you feel almost a rumble in the entire ground as the entire team, the five of you, spill out through this little tunnel down an embankment into what is open beach. It was meant to, drop waste and sewage into the ocean, and you slide down the beach into basically standing water there that looks out on the eastern side where the ocean meets Ocean's Gull Point.
It's still daytime, yes?
It is still daytime, yeah.
Can we see the boat from where we're at?
The boat would be off to your right-hand side, but yeah, you can definitely see it down the beach there around sort of an edge. As you rode up here, you wouldn't have noticed this hole in the side of the ground with the vegetation growing around it, but now it seems obvious that it was pretty near where you made landfall.
Do you all feel better getting your frustrations out on the obelisk?
I don't know if better is the word.
I regret wasting a crustacean hammer.
Do you want me to go
I'm
look for
honest.
it?
Nope, it's fine. We could always just go back and get more, honestly.
That's true. They're free with a meal.
And a bar brawl. They're very free with a bar brawl.
That's true.
I have a few extra that I picked up, if you want. Or one extra. I picked it up, but
There's more than the ones I have on my hip, so yeah.
okay. I'll hand him
Do
the hammer that I had tried to
I will hold
stealthily
this
pick up.
close to my heart forever until I throw it at somebody and can't get it back.
Yeah.
Do
Yes,
we need
James.
any did we want any liquor of the dead for ourselves before we leave?
Oh,
We-
I
we-
already gave some to Uggo, the ones I found.
Oh, thanks for outing me.
Well, we
I'll
promised
go.
we were
I'm
going to
drinking
bring
for
some
myself.
too.
I'll go.
Whitebeard.
I think the fact that we just had to kill someone made entirely of that should teach you not to drink it a lot.
Are you kidding me? I would love to be that thing. That's a
No.
lie. That's a lie.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
How does Jeff? How does the tower itself? How does the lighthouse itself look structurally right
As
now?
you stand there on the beach, turning back and looking at it, there's a hole underneath, the hole that you climbed through, that is just billowing smoke out of it still. The structure itself doesn't seem to have changed much, although the light that you and Lily actually illuminated does seem to have gone out. And you see just smoke swirling and billowing up, almost obscuring some of the view on the lighthouse itself, but it is pouring out of this hole beneath the lighthouse and rising up out and above the full length of the lighthouse.
I'm gonna start shooting Eldritch Blasts at the light and then at the base of the tower, and I'm not gonna stop until it falls down.
All right, that'll take a while. I mean, this is a structure that you've seen in disrepair in certain areas, but certainly still would take quite a number of Eldritch Blasts to destroy.
Would it burn, Jeff? Would the inside of the building burn?
The inside of it would burn, yeah. I mean, the fire that you have started now, it's unclear to you standing there whether it would reach up through the bottom floor quickly or at all. But it's certainly, you saw enough stuff in there that would certainly burn, yeah.
But yeah, I'm standing, probably I'll get as close as I need to get to it, and just without a word, just start throwing. And
I imagine we can help too, Lily and I.
All right, so as that smoke continues to billow out, you see James approach the front of, or not the front, but the get closer to the structure itself and just start casting cantrips. Boom, 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 boom.
I'll go get the boat, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna come with you, cause because I want to.
All right.
I just want to be clear. Did we get Liquor of the Dead for Whitebeard's crew?
If you want to give the Liquor of the Dead that I gave to Uggo to Whitebeard's crew, sure.
Well, we promised him some, so.
Whoa! Don't I gotta say in any of that?
I gave you like 3 bottles, didn't I?
And we might need 3 bottles.
And we should have some left over, right? I mean, I still have some in my bottle from earlier.
We didn't say how much we were bringing. I just want to be clear that we did say we were going to bring some, and I feel like.
Well, we
perhaps...
could always say that we didn't find any.
That's true. I was just trying to avoid conflict.
And lying. Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's explosions going on.
It's kind of hard to hear you.
Just like sweat on his brow as he's just like continuing to pummel this thing with force and purple arcane blast. Boom, boom. You see stone chipping off the side. Boom, 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 boom. Energy just going maniacally almost as the cracks start to appear in the side. You're tossing them higher. You're seeing it hit the summit there, the topmost part of the lighthouse, where you remember seeing those brilliant large mirrors that would focus the light out of there. You see breaking and shattering. You can hear it as you cast all the way up 30, 40, 50 feet above you. This, you're covering the side with holes, cracks, bits of stone falling off of it. It's a long process, but James is just continuing to assault this thing.
Should we help him or do something that makes us faster? Because he looks like he's taking out some problems on that tower.
Yeah.
Jeff, there's no chance that this lighthouse is tall enough to like collapse and land on another building or a house or something nearby, right? Because there's enough of a clearing around the lighthouse.
If you recall, it is sort of set off, and there was a tiny bridge that collapsed that even required you to get there. So the height of it would either go into the ocean or back onto land. Either way, it's going to it's not going to land on any other structure. If it goes into the ocean, if you continue hitting it from this side, it's more likely to go into the ocean because this side would cause the fault in that edge,
like chopping a tree down.
Correct.
Fahima. What's the biggest thing you could turn me into?
I think a giant ape. I'd have to consult my notes.
We've done that one before.
Yeah, I did that one. It wasn't bad.
No, it's fun.
Let me look at my notes here.
Would you turn me into a giant ape?
Jeff, I'm gonna go get the boat while all of this is happening.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Civ. You just turn him into a giant ape. We'll be fine.
Oh, I am afraid I'm exhausted and I can't.
All right.
Okay, then let him take out his anger on us.
James stops momentarily to consider becoming an ape, and then turns back and continues casting purple's energy at this thing.
This'll do.
Lily, do you have any blasty spells? We can join him and help out the cause.
I can cast Shatter like 2 more times, I think.
Well, I think it's going to be relatively safe to get back to the boat, so shall we?
Sure.
So there's the sounds of extraordinary. I mean, those of us in the United States who've just went through 4th of July will probably recall the sounds of
man.
incredible explosions as Civ and Ugo sort of trudge down the beach. Behind them, this sparks and purple energy smacking and breaking and stones and all this tumult and cacophony of this massive assault on this building as these two figures kind of trudge down the beach together.
You know, Ugo, I don't think you're the only one with anger issues.
Oh no, that's very clear. Use mine to advantage.
Right,
I mean, I guess he does too. He just needs someone else to do it.
right. I think it's good that he's, you know, getting it out of his system, venting, so to speak.
As someone who understands rage very well, misplaced.
Ah. Do you think we need to talk to him about it?
Do you think we need to talk to you about your drinking?
I definitely think I have a drinking problem, but that was the old Civ. Why do you think I gave you your bottles?
Point. Well, glad. Then yes, I think maybe we should talk to him about it later.
All right.
I mean, mostly I'm concerned that maybe it's driven not by James, but by Shothramot, whatever his name is.
Sloppy Goat?
Sloppy
What's his
Goat.
name?
I like that one.
Goat?
Sloppy Goat.
Sloppy Goat.
Goat. Yeah, do you think it's Sloppy Goat that's making him do it?
Perhaps.
That scares me a little bit.
Yes. That obelisk was quite strange as well.
Is it really any different than what I am now doing with the Candle Queen?
You mean pledging yourself to a god?
Yeah. I mean, she's of like light and truth and redemption, so that seems like it's a good thing, but I just realized that maybe it's hand in hand, or one goat, other grass.
You've thoroughly confused me, my friend.
Same side of different coin?
Yes, that makes more sense. Are you trying to say that him worshipping this dark god, patron, whatever you want to call it, Sloppy Goth, and you
Sloppy
worshipping
Goat.
Sloppy Goat, sorry, and you worshipping the
Sloppy
Candle
Goat.
Queen are one and the same?
Well, again, different sides of same coin.
I see.
Right? Or no? I'm more asking. I don't know.
Well, I don't know of anyone else that worships the Sloppy Goat. Do you?
Funny when you say it. No, only James.
Yes, so it's not quite the same.
Do you think that I could convince James to abandon the darkness and come to the light?
I definitely think you could try.
I don't want it to be too forward, though.
You're going to have to be
But
very...
that is my way.
Yeah.
Why would I not? That is what I do. Yeah, I will talk to James about that.
That's about the
All
time
right.
you guys get to the boat is sitting there beached on the side, sort of gently moving through the waves, with the waves, I should say.
Jeff,
And yeah,
sorry, I have a game mechanics question. Where we're at with the boat, is it going to take us way more time to take the boat all the way around the island than it would be to cut across the island?
yes.
Okay.
By a significant margin. I mean, even the tardy plunder, which kept going after it dropped you off,
Right.
going around the Cape as it did, is a much longer route than just cutting across the land.
Ugo, do you think you could carry this boat?
Which boat?
This one.
What boat is he talking about?
The rowboat you just came to.
Across
The
land?
pirate ship.
Yes. If it's too bulky or heavy, I can try to come up with some sort of alternative.
No, I mean carrying it on land is like rowing in water. It's just on land, so it's my job to row. I will pick up boat. Jeff.
Yeah.
Try to pick up the boat.
Yeah, I don't think you would have a problem picking up the
Yeah.
boat. I mean, it's a little unwieldy as far as, maybe more of a dexterity issue than a strength one,
I mean, I think it would kind of use my head to
Yeah.
balance it.
Yeah, I don't think Ugo with his strength and ability to carry above his size, it would have an issue with this even carrying
And my
it solo.
strength has increased, so I'm even
Yeah.
stronger than I was before.
Yeah.
Can
So,
you see
oh
where
yeah,
you're?
look at that.
Can you see where you're going?
Yeah, I just hold it up higher.
Oh, all right. Well, do you mind carrying it across land then, so that we can go back quicker?
Wouldn't it be wiser just to row over there in the boat?
Well, it's going to take a lot longer if we go along the sea, and I wanted to save that time.
I mean, okay. Let's go.
All right, so as you guys kind of start walking back, this has taken a while, but as you start walking back, you hear an incredible noise, breaking, cracking, shattering, a boom, and as Ugo, as you're holding the boat, and Civ, as you're walking by him, Ugo, you lift the boat up and look up, and you see, and the entire structure of the lighthouse falls, smoke billowing out of it, and it lands into the ocean beyond further east, hitting with this massive impact, pushing a big wave of water even at you guys as it comes and it rushes and kind of hits you mid-thigh, pushing
Good
it.
thing we got this boat.
So yeah, this thing has, as it lands and settles, it just this incredible sound pushing volumes of water away from it, landing with an incredible crash, the top collapsing, almost looks reminiscent of the Lodestar that you once many moons ago explored. As it lands, you see this thing break apart and collapse and come to rest in the water, half of it submerged, half of it peeking out the top. And as it rests there, standing there, the three mages, all of you having accomplished what you needed to accomplish, you look up and the sky itself, which from the very moment you landed on the Isle of Rum and made your way through Boster and beyond, the sky has been this dark, gray, swirling, foreboding thing. And in the sky, directly over your heads, as you're standing there, a bit of blue starts to peek through. Just a parting of those heavy gray clouds. And through that, in that blueness, in that bit of light, 5, 10, 30, 50 seagulls descend, and they land on the exposed part of the lighthouse as it sits in the water. They all just come fluttering down. So many of them landing, all on the surface of this lighthouse sticking up out of the ocean.
This is quite eerie.
Can I understand what they're saying?
Yeah, say Katie, Lily, as you perk up and listen with your innate beach gnome ability to listen to beach creatures, you notice a much more calm demeanor than you've ever experienced from these gulls. As you've been here several times now, there's always this mania, and then there was that strange eerie calm. Now it's a more common, what you would recognize if you were on Bingle listening to seagulls, talking, chattering, asking about food. That is as if they have gone back to normal.
Oh. James, none of them are saying the word dead.
Good.
Yeah, they're just talking about things like eating, which is standard seagull stuff.
Right. Thank you.
No, thank you. Good job.
Yeah.
Now-
That's that.
As you stand there, and this structure has completely collapsed, there is still a bit of rubble, of foundation, of ruin ahead of you that opens down into that pit. The floor is still present, but there's still that hole there that leads down into the subterranean chamber where you had the bulk of the battle, and still smoke comes up out of that, wafting into the sky.
Are you okay?
I don't know. But that felt good. So.
Destroying the island felt good?
I mean,
Just clarifying, because
the lighthouse,
okay.
that monument to evil.
Yes.
Well, and now hopefully no more evil will come of it.
Let's hope. I hope I didn't just mess up the timeline, but I don't
I think
know.
it's all meant to be. Do you think there's a way we can cover up that hole?
It's pretty big.
So the
No,
road seems to be in the ocean.
there's not much I can do in terms of. There's probably still some bodies with liquor of the dead in the ground around us, unfortunately. I mean, I could try something. We could try and burn this outcropping, maybe, Fahima, or if there's any more liquor that we want for ourselves, I think we should get it now. But I don't know if we could stop it from circulating too much more out there in the world. I think that's probably for the best.
Is there a way we could build something over the holes that grass and the like could cover it naturally?
Sure.
Rope web of some sort, or I don't know. It is very large.
If you conjure anything, it'll disappear in an hour, right?
Yeah.
Perhaps we can find someone on the island who would want to, turn this into a park.
Maybe. I mean, that little patch of blue sky up there, it seems like it could actually be nice.
Right? Beachfront, real estate is prime.
And ruins are always an attraction.
It's about the time that Uggo and Civ make their way back up to you with the boat in hand.
Row, row, row the boat, walking it across the land.
Ooh, I love that song.
Thanks.
Why?
So we've decided we were going to walk back because it's probably going to be faster than rowing all the way around the island. And
Oh.
Uggo
Sounds
just
right.
happens to be strong enough to lift the boat on his own, so we don't have to make Whitebeard angry by not bringing back his boat.
That's
All
true.
right then.
Call.
We did ride in this boat on the way to Bingle. Yes, we recognized it earlier.
The tardy
So-
plunder.
Yes, the Tardy
Yes.
Plunder's boat. No,
Yes.
but I mean this boat in specific.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is where we almost died
Oh,
from
yeah.
that fish.
Yeah, that fish almost ate me alive. Yeah.
Right. It was in this lifeboat, so I guess we do have to get it back.
We learned a good, valuable lesson then. Don't fish when there's things in the water. Huh. I meant like big bad things in the water. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Are you sure you're okay to carry that? Would you like some help?
Do you want
My
help?
job? No, it's my job. I got it.
It's
Alright,
not your
of course.
job, really.
I mean, yeah.
Oh,
It
you
just
can
happened-
carry boat?
No, well, don't put
I
that on
could
me.
help.
Don't.
Yeah,
put it on
I'm
me.
not gonna put it on you. I don't want to crush you.
Okay, yes, I'll get stuck under there.
That was radical question.
Right.
Well, I was just saying it's your job mainly because you're the one who can do it. But it
Yeah,
should-
exactly.
It shouldn't have to be your job. Is all I'm saying.
Well, the same, and you are healer.
Yeah,
Same job. Same reason.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Jeff, I look around. Is there anybody that's like, hey, the lighthouse just fell over?
Not from where you are, but remember, this is, this place, as you learned, is not one that people tend to go to. If you recall, James and Lily had a conversation with a woman who said that people tend to go there and then don't come back. So people kind of give it a wide berth. You'd be surprised if this action went unnoticed, but it certainly isn't anybody you can see now that is noticing it.
All right. Well, are you all ready to go back?
Well, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is there someone who's in charge of the island who maybe might be upset about what just happened?
I don't know.
Do we care?
I haven't seen much in the way of the law, and I've been looking for it.
Yeah, it is a
Oh,
island of pirates. That makes sense.
There is this sign, and there's the sign that says, not too far from the lighthouse, that announced whose land it is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do we-
go ahead.
Do we have anything to write with?
And I conjure a pen. Or a
Pen?
not a pen,
You
a
invent
quill.
and
a
conjure
quill.
a pen.
She's that good, Jeff. She's that good.
It's on the mind.
Okay.
I conjure a laptop and write.
And a printer and a laminator.
Will the ink disappear in an hour? I don't know.
I have things to write with if that's what you're looking for.
Yes. May I?
Sure. Right.
James takes the pen and writes open for business.
Yeah.
over the sign. And then blasts part of it.
All right.
And then like removes part of it probably with an Eldritch Blast.
While
but then
he's over
literally,
there,
like-
while he's over there at the sign, I goes like, Lily,
Yeah.
Fahima,
Yeah?
is James okay?
I don't think so.
I think he's fine. He just needed to blow off some steam.
He literally blew
Blow off some
an
steam, he
island up.
Yeah, he literally blew up an entire building.
To be fair, we had 2 very weird encounters in that lighthouse, so
Yeah.
I think he was just doing what was right.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And, it can feel very good to release sometimes and to fire off with your magic in a way that is unrestricted,
Nope.
Especially in the name of good. Oh, really? You
that
don't
I-
understand that at all,
Magic?
Ogo?
No, I don't cast magic. I don't understand.
Well, it's the same thing as your mauls and your fists.
Yes, that I understand.
I'll it's what's that saying you always say? It's the same side of a different coin.
And Iago just looks at Sim.
She's right.
That's when James kind of makes his way back, his hair completely disheveled, sweat on his brow. You have rarely seen him like this. He seems to be spent and in a heightened state.
Hey James,
Mm-hmm.
why don't we take a quick moratorium on magic for our group?
Okay.
Oh, come again?
Just for a second.
She
maybe.
doesn't want me to blow anything else up. That's fine. That's fine. I'm fine.
It might be
hitting that.
wise if, just in case we're walking through town and someone wants to figure out who knocked down the lighthouse.
I have no more intentions of destroying any more structures on this island.
Okay.
That seemed very specific.
So was my anger. It was very specific and very focused.
Great.
Okay.
Focused anger. That's exactly what somebody said. Good.
All right,
go.
so
Yeah.
we have some love I want to mention. Navy Bruin 02, Hornist 34, Omnipotent Otter, Confusing Wookie, Vegan Dracolich,
I love it. Oh my god.
Cavalcade, yeah.
Sesame Street episode.
Yeah.
Cat the Mage, Melodies of Old, Borkware, Ruglius Booglius, and others. Thank you. We also got that potato from the Raven Queen. Thank you, Raven Queen.
Thank you, Raven
Potato!
Queen. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. If you're watching this and you don't know what I'm talking about when I say potato, check out the live show Wednesday night, 6 p.m. Pacific time on Caffeine, because the live audience is having another experience all their own, and one we would love for you to participate in. Thank you all for those wonderful gifts. So you're able to make your way back into up the beach.
I'll go.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jeff, really quick.
Sure.
I have Ferdinand here to help you carry the boat. And Ferdinand will go under the boat and just kind of lift it up so it takes off part of the weight.
How do
Ferdinand,
you
of
do
course,
that?
is Lily's unseen
Yeah.
servant.
Obviously.
Ugo can't see it. Ferdinand is completely invisible to
Yeah.
Ugo. Yeah.
Haven't seen Ferdinand haven't seen Ferdinand ever, but haven't seen Ferdinand in
Why'd you
quite
say
some
that?
time.
Yeah. He's a shy
Yes.
little one.
How much can he carry? Can he carry it by himself?
Well, he can lift 60 pounds. And he can carry
I suppose it's a
30.
bit heavier. Now.
So the boat's 100 pounds, I think, roughly.
How much do you weigh, Lily?
33 pounds.
Hmm.
I haven't weighed
very
myself
personal
recently. I
question.
don't really believe in scales, but roughly 33 pounds.
And
Weigh roughly 1/10 of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good math.
how high can Ferdinand go, and how fast?
15 feet. movement.
What are you thinking?
I don't know.
I
Why?
don't know. Just imagining an invisible hand pulling Lily along. Without any effort on her own.
Oh yeah.
Or what about an invisible thing rowing the boat?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, that's an excellent
Anyway,
idea.
I know you can carry the boat. I just thought maybe
Yeah.
I'd help take off some of the, or I shouldn't say me. Ferdinand can help bear the load.
I appreciate the help.
Okay.
And Ugo looks at the empty space where he assumes
Ferdinand is and goes, "Thank you, Ferdinand. Can't see you, but I respect you."
Meep flies over and kind of checks out this little invisible magical area. Yeah.
So as you guys start moving up the beach, Ugo, you're holding the front, and it's at an extreme angle down to there's this space where you can't see anything, but it's bobbing up and down, and this rowboat is being carried, looks like by one person all the way.
Not going to draw any attention whatsoever.
No,
Subtlety. It's our middle name.
Yeah.
it's definitely our middle name.
Where we excel.
You guys don't even have a first or last name, but you do have a middle name.
The Yahoos of Subtlety.
That feels true. That feels very true to our brand.
Sounds like a band. The Yahoos of Subtlety.
The Yahoos of Subtlety. That's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, so we are making our way. Where are you guys headed? You're just kind of walking back through town at this point?
I would like to go shopping.
Okay.
While I'm
fun.
holding the boat?
Well, no, we can go back and return the boat, and then I'd like to go shopping.
I just want to
Shopping.
clarify.
But for what exactly? Because, well, we don't know when we'll be going back. So
Well, I have these, and I open up the small chest with the 100 gold coins.
Ah,
And
Ah.
they're not going to be worth anything once we get back into our old body, so I might as well
Shopping's
turn them.
free.
good
Yes.
point.
I do need
Good
more
point.
crustacean hammers.
Those are
We can
free
get
with
this
the
for
meal.
free.
Yeah, but you had to pay for the meal.
That's
is what
true.
I'm
I mean,
saying.
we could get dinner at the Krusty Station if we want. See if it's back open for business. We've got another.
We haven't had a dinner out where
30s.
we haven't gotten in a huge brawl in forever.
That's part of dinner.
That's true.
It doesn't have to be. That's all.
Well, it's like dessert, you know. Might as well
No.
get it if it's there.
Well, should we check in with Whitebeard before we do that or after?
He gave us 48 hours. I mean, we should return the boat just so we're not lugging, or just so Ugo's not lugging it around for another day and a half. But you
And
know,
I am hungry.
I'm
Sure,
hungry
why not?
too.
I
am
could
quite
definitely use a
hungry.
meal.
I haven't eaten in about 48 hours.
Oh, gosh.
I could eat a sloppy goat.
What's a sloppy
Goat,
goat?
I like goat. It's a dish, best served cold.
Is it a sandwich?
Is that an
Can be.
orc thing?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Interesting.
Amazing.
Learn new cultural things all the
I
time.
want to try it. I
from you,
love
Ugo.
trying new food.
Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, if you recall, the
Poor
Krusty
Jeff.
Station-
He's like, so,
No, I love
what?
this. I love this.
I don't, okay.
The Krusty Station is as far away from where you're standing now as possible, right? So
Right.
Krusty Station is all the way at the end. So if you're going all the way back to the western side of the island to return the boat anyway, it would make sense to go to the Krusty Station. It will take you the rest of the day to get across, all the way across the island, assuredly. But, you know, so it
That's
will
fine.
be dinner time. So this plan is perfect, but I just want to be clear that, you know, you guys went to the Isle Inn and stayed the night there. You could get food there. I just want to be clear that you're going all the way across the island where you could drop off the rowboat, as you said, and then you could eat at the Krusty Station. So that could work. I just want to be clear that's what's happening.
Are the shops going to be closed by the time we get over there and drop off the boat? Because I have something I want to buy that's not.
You could probably do it in the morning as well.
You could do it in the morning. Yeah. I mean, if after dinner, I would say the shops would likely be closed. Yes. Especially in this town, which is, you know, a shipping and fishing town, which is basically early hours.
Do you all mind if I run ahead and do a quick bit of shopping, and then I'll meet you at the boat?
Sure.
No.
I mean, you guys could all go to the shop as well. You could just leave the rowboat leaned up against the wall or something. You don't have to return the robot before doing anything, is what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
I mean,
I could also conjure my horse, but
well, could someone conjure some wheels?
I can only conjure 1 3-foot wheel.
It could be like a unicycle kind of
Did you
boat.
conjure 3 1-foot wheels?
Hold on. I
No.
think James has a good idea. If he brings about that steed, we can just put the boat on the steed, and then it's easy to carry, and it actually moves faster than the rest of us.
That's true, as long as we're not worried about attracting attention once we're in town with a blue flaming horse walking.
You
With
might
the
have
boat on
thought
it.
about that before you
just
knocked
put
down
the
a
boat-
tower.
You put the boat
Worry
over the
about-
horse completely, and then
right.
it's just horse legs and a boat.
Right.
I look over it. I'll go like one-handing this thing with an invisible creature holding the other end, and I'm like, "What difference does it make?
It's
Let's
like,
just put
it's
it on
like
the
a
horse."
it's like a boat centaur.
This is gonna be the entire episode, folks. This is all we're doing.
Yep.
Buckle in. There's nothing else.
Getting the
This is
boat
it.
across the island. No, all right, fine. I'll go if you want to put it down. Give me 10 minutes, and we'll lighten your load, so to speak.
Okay.
Okay.
And
I'll go
while
put
they
the-
do that, I'm gonna bolt and run into town.
Okay. So
I'll sit down in the grass and begin ritual casting Phantom Steed.
Bye, Sev.
Does anyone want anything?
2 of whatever you're getting.
Done.
all right. So Civ, you run off into the city, and with your ability to be familiar with any urban center.
I mean, I can really cut the time down.
Yeah, you managed to find a the more of the trade district, more of the business district, more of the sales area. It's an area of the town you haven't really been to yet, but you're able to find a store. There is quite a large building. It's one of those buildings on stilts, as most of the places here in Boster are. It has those gray planks you've seen before that may have once been painted white, weathered by many years of salt air, foot traffic, and it has that tall vaulted ceiling. Like most of the buildings, seems to have been sort of at one point maybe a boathouse or in that style of a boathouse. And there's a sign on the outside of it that says Orobins Floribins.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
All right, I'm running inside.
All right, so when you walk inside, it's an large open room with barrels and bins filled with products. This is truly a general store with all manner of produce and supplies. Barrels with salted meats and fish jerkies packed in straw, crates of fresh seafood, and what you can only assume is magically conjured piles of ice, apples and pecans displayed prominently, and on and on and on. Barrels and bins. And then on the other side of the store are more of the adventuring supplies, weapons and armor, sailing rigging and ropes, bows and blades and shields, all sticking out of barrels, like you might find umbrellas at the entrance of a business today on a rainy day. And all of these containers are marked on the outside, painted with a price on their front. So clearly the items are all classified and organized by cost and function, and the whole place is just container after container of things for sale.
Cool. My goal was to buy gifts for everyone
Okay.
while I'm here. So I'm gonna go buy magical ingredients. I don't know
Okay.
what that would be, so I just go down the aisle and I'm like, oh, this looks like it could be used for magic. So I'm going to take some of that and some of this.
Okay.
And this bowl looks cool. I'll get one of those. And then I also wanted to buy Lily something to defend herself with. So if they have a hand crossbow, preferably one that's used or that I could talk the owner into selling it for cheap, that would be great.
Well, the listed cost for a hand crossbow is 75 gold. Yeah. So you can
Buy
attempt
your lady a hand crossbow.
Yeah. So you can attempt to use persuasion or whatever means you'd like to try to
Yeah.
negotiate down.
Yeah. What I'll probably say, I don't know if you want to roleplay it out or not. What I'll probably say is, I work for Whitebeard, and Whitebeard just came into a lot of money, and he needs to resupply. And I just happen to be in charge of resupplying his ship. So if they'd give me a discount for anything I purchase, I will be more than happy to come back with Whitebeard or with his money to buy things for his sailors.
So there's this big raised platform in the back of this place with tall wooden desk, white, kind of gray white planks in this tall desk, and there's a hole in the middle. And behind it looks like there is a very, very absurdly tall stool upon which is sitting a halfling with tufts of gray hair on the side, tiny little spectacles on his nose, and he's looking down over the side of this thing at you. You are much lower, this raised platform with this high ceiling, exposed beams, and this big boathouse. And he looks down at you and he goes, from Whitebeard, are ya?
Yes, I work for his, well, I'm employed by him.
Well, so what would you like to pay for that container of items?
Well, I was thinking if you can give me perhaps 15% off the top, that way it would give me a good reason to go back to him and negotiate for him to come and supply all of his men with new weapons.
How many men are we talking about here?
Oh, I mean, it's at least 2 complements of men. He now owns 2 boats. I don't know if you heard that.
No, it's news to me.
Yes, I'd say there's probably at least 20 to 30 men per boat. You can do the math on that one.
I'll say 10% off the price. Does that sound fair?
Yes. Yes, it does.
You have yourself a deal. Place your gold in the hole. Hey.
Halfling Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah, seriously. Would you like the moon, Mary?
Place your gold in the hole.
I slide the 90 gold into the hole. Oh, man, that just sounds so wrong.
And somehow, without even moving, it disappeared. A thing comes down, and he goes, "You may take the items from the bin.
Thank you.
Nice doing business with ya."
Yes, it was very nice doing business with you as well.
And I'll see you again in Whitebeard too, eh?
Yes, either him or myself or both.
Well, I'll be looking forward to it.
You wouldn't happen to have any special items, something that might pique his interest, something I could brag about?
Well, we're more of a general store here. You got supplies we needed for all your needs, but I may have some contacts I can ask about. We'll bring Whitebeard back, and I will show him my wares.
Excellent. I will bring him back tomorrow morning if he can fit it into his schedule.
I hope to see you. We've made a solid deal here, and I hope you hold up your end of the bargain.
I am a cat of my word.
Oh, meow, meow.
Meow, meow. And I give him a very regal bow and dash out the door.
All right.
As James is doing his ritual, Fahima's gonna sit down and set the twigs that she picked up from near the castle rum in like a little teepee formation, kind of like I'm gonna start a fire. And she's going to start producing flame while she has some of the twigs in her hand, kind of crushing them as maybe like a material component. And she's going to start experimenting with trying to catch these twigs on fire.
Okay. So as you're able to do at will, fire erupts from the palm of your hand, and you have these twigs that you've broken and smashed, and you place them and you watch them immune to this fire, completely unable to burn. They won't catch. In fact, there seems to be almost a thin partition around them between the fire and the fuel. The wood itself. There seems to be just the thinnest, as you perceive it, as you're looking at it this close up, this thinnest little distance between the fire and the stick, the bits of stick.
I guess I need to find something with fire resistance and not fire immunity to test this on.
What are you doing, Fahima?
Some creatures and some things that we get in fights with, they seem to be immune or resistant to my fire, and it's kind of, but I like using it, so I'm thinking if I can somehow harness this resistance, this whatever it is that these sticks have to fire, to cast my fire spells, I might be able to overcome that.
Oh. So you could light anything on fire.
Well, hopefully, but honestly, I would just take a little more power than I already have, you know,
Right.
just to make the fire burn a bit brighter, a bit hotter.
Well, I think your firepower is very impressive as is, but I understand the want for more.
And I think your healing is impressive.
Oh, thanks.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been observing you healing. Yeah, I what I said back there with the Viscount, with Jasmine about discovering sort of this healing with the liquor of death.
Yes.
Why can't I do what you do? Why do I have to hurt myself?
I don't know, but I hate you saying that. To be honest, I don't know how I do what I do. I just kind of... Grammy always taught me how to do it, and it's just... I wouldn't know how to explain it to someone else.
Can you try? I'm really good at learning, and I've studied a lot, but
I know,
this
Fuma,
is...
you're one of the smartest people I've ever met.
So why can't I do this?
Well... I don't know, some things are beyond words, right? Feelings are... Well, some things are beyond teaching, I guess. Maybe?
I don't like the sound of that. Some things are beyond teaching.
I don't know.
It's the only way I can learn.
It's true. And you're so powerful. You've learned so much. And you can heal, apparently. You're trying with it, but I don't want you to have to hurt yourself.
Well...
I can try. I mean, it's just... When I put my hands on a being to heal it, I just... I don't know. I don't know what I do.
Do you think about something or
Well, I always
feel
try to
something?
think nice things about people because I just think it's a good best practice.
Can I try without hurting myself?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm a little hurt right now, so you could heal me.
Great. And I'll take her arm or wherever we're finding a bruise in my hand, and I will say the incantation of this spell that I've been trying to do, and hold my necklace and try to heal this bruise.
All right, and you take Lily's arm in your hand. You see this pretty nasty place where the skeletons came down and were holding onto Lily, were grappling Lily.
I'm thinking good things. I'm thinking good things.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Don't think so hard.
You have advantage from Scully as my homegirl, countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you to you both. Oh, that's a natural 20.
Natural 20. Okay, so you feel this sensation
You take a level of cleric to just
in the body. In your body. You feel this,
Amanda.
feel this connection with the arcane weave, with that place that you touch upon, that you've learned to give to gain a connection with, that you've studied. And you hold Lily's arm and you concentrate and you think good thoughts about her. All of a sudden you feel
Really
this
nice.
surging, this welling up in your body. It is almost as if you're gonna burst with this feeling of the blood trying to leave your body, of the blood trying to get out. It wants to come out of your veins. And you feel like you can do it, you can heal her. You just have to let your blood out. You just have to let your own blood out and you can do it.
I take that quill that I had conjured and I slice.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I just let me
again,
finish.
that up in the air, and you see bits of your own crimson blood for just a second, and it almost turns into a fine mist and goes into the bruise in Lily's arm. And Lily, that bruise does fade and heal, and you feel the pain in that section of your arm start to dissipate. But Fahima, you feel pain. You feel pain. You feel pain where that blood, whether you stabbed yourself, where that blood came out.
I don't know. It's something came over me that was. It was as if my blood wanted to leave my body and go to you.
Well,
I don't think I can think good thoughts and heal.
Fahima, let me see your hand. Ugo takes Fahima's hand and looks her in the eyes and says, "This is dangerous. You could hurt yourself."
It's all right. If I hurt myself, I can heal her. Look, the bruise is gone.
He closes his eyes and he concentrates and he says, "The flame must be fed to burn bright. And I don't know how many hit points you took from yourself, but gained back 5.
Oh, it's a 1d8 worth of damage. That's probably it.
As Ugo's hand gets a bit warm to the touch, and
yeah, your hand not only gets warm to the touch, but there's just the faintest glow, almost a flickering, almost a candlelight that emits from your hand. Maybe even easy to miss if you didn't stare right at it. This faintest glow as Fahima, you feel in your palm where you stabbed yourself, that wound close up.
what you use to make others be affected or feel better is a choice. Be careful.
Excuse me, I'm like the middleman to you both, showing me that you can heal now.
This is incredible. And I'm gonna take them both and squeeze them so hard, one between each arm.
Ouch!
That's actually pretty strong, and I know.
They're so strong.
As you're standing there, Fahima, holding them behind you, in wisps of blue smoke, a horse head materializes, and you hear behind you, and all of a sudden there's this enormous blue stallion that is smoking and burning with blue flame, as you all three are hugging there in the center.
Is everyone okay?
Yes.
Wow, really okay.
Good. Good. I'm glad to hear it.
I just
it's really awesome.
I just discovered a new spell, and Ugo can heal too, and I'm naming this new spell Spare.
Oh,
Huh.
For the Achai Rai.
That's beautiful.
That's beautiful.
I miss them.
Me too.
I miss them too.
I bet.
Fahima, next time, if you need blood, just ask. I'll give you some.
Well, I think it might have to be my blood. I'm willing
Are
to
you sure?
experiment, though. No, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I just want to be clear, Fahima, that maybe don't use that all the time.
Right. No, I mean, I might do it a few more times when I'm experimenting, but only when necessary.
Sure.
I just want to be clear. I don't want you to hurt yourself. That's
Yes.
kind of what I'm saying.
Yes, Fahima, I was going to ask about the blood lance as well.
Wasn't that? I mean, it didn't go as I wanted it to. It was one of the few necromancy spells I've ever cast in my life, but I think it could be really impressive.
Yes. I echo Uggo in that. Be careful.
I'm fine. It's fine.
You're very powerful, and I trust you. You're the smartest of all of us. But I just just be careful.
Of course.
I know it's a bit ironic coming from me, but yes.
It is true that you just demolished an entire island.
It was just a lighthouse. Quit saying an island. It was a building. It was a structure.
You're right.
I'm sorry that nothing good ever happened there.
You don't have to be sorry.
Thank you.
I think you did the right thing.
Argo, shall we get the boat up on Nightfall Lucifer here? Is that
So, am I supposed to ride the horse and carry the boat, or?
I think
we could either put it on the back of the horse, or it could tow it. Could drag it.
I don't know. I think I should ride the horse and carry the boat.
Go ahead.
Just to make sure it doesn't like break or drag.
Be my guest. And
Ferdinand, are you going to help me? I don't know how you're going to do that, but
he can help you.
Can you talk to him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You want me to tell him
Thank
anything?
you for the help.
Oh, he doesn't need much appreciation, which is strange, but I'll definitely tell him.
He may not need it, but I do. So.
Okay.
I'll make the horse kind of bow down and make it easy for you to get on.
Yeah, so I get on the horse.
Somebody, nobody can hold this. So. Okay.
Well, you could lean it up against the side of the horse, and Ferdinand can help hold it up.
Okay, great.
So I lean the boat on
We
the
are
side of the
begging
horse. Like,
for
get on the
artwork of
horse.
There is, by the
go.
way, this open hole with smoke coming out of it. As you guys are, he's like, okay, I got the horse, I got the boat, I'm gonna get on. Okay, the head down on the horse. He throws his leg over, hoists the boat above his head, and now we have blue, translucent, fiery stallion made of smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Big green orc boat.
Okay, so in hindsight, looking at this with Uggo up there, is this going to draw too much attention?
We knocked out an entire building. What are you guys worried about attention grabbing for?
Well, it's just that there's not a lot of people here.
Oh,
Well,
good pun.
It can always dismount as soon as we get outside of the town.
Yes. Yeah, this will at least save us some time. Maybe once we get into the busiest part of the city, I'll tell Nightfall to go away. But right now, let's save ourselves some time.
Okay.
It's about the time that Civ saunters back over. You walk up, Civ, and you see Uggo on the back of this enormous steed holding
We made a plan, Civ!
Yes, I thought this might happen, which is why I figured I would go shopping in the meantime.
Good idea.
Are you all ready, shall we?
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm. Let's do it.
So
I skip up and I link arms with Civ and I say, I learned a healing spell and Uggo can heal too.
Yep.
How? I thought Lily was the only person who could heal.
Well, I can, it seems I can use my own blood to heal others and Lily helped me discover that and well, not the hurting myself part, but the healing part. And Uggo, it's Amanda.
I see.
Channeling through him.
Right. And can you do this?
You don't seem as excited.
I'm
very excited about this.
That's a conversation for a later time.
Seems to be a lot of those.
Just give me a smile, please.
I am smiling. I just went shopping. I got gifts for everyone. I'm very happy.
I'm a horse of a different color.
Oh, this is definitely going to be one of those episodes.
Everything's a box.
What do you mean?
Everything.
Can we be
holds
having
something
this
up.
conversation as we're walking towards?
Yes,
oh yes,
please.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. I want to make
Yeah.
sure it's clear.
it's a clip clop kind of a situation, not a run, right? You
Okay,
guys are
yeah.
clip clopping, and Uggo's holding this very quite large rowboat, that seats 5. Over his head, larger than the length of the stallion, as this thing clip-clops along, and you guys walking beside it, leaving trails of smoke and blue flame in its wake as the enormous billowing black smoke from the hole you've left for the ruin with the lighthouse in the water behind you. I just love that image of you guys just kind of walking away.
We did a good thing.
Yeah,
We did.
it's been a while since we've done something good.
It's true.
So, what are the gifts
Well-
you got?
Oh, I was going to give them to you later.
Oh,
As a surprise.
okay.
Nice of you.
I don't know if I like that idea.
You don't like surprises?
The ones we run into, no.
That's true. There can be good
Yeah.
surprises and bad surprises.
There was a Vargan that was a surprise, and that was not a good one.
Ugo, I think you're going to like yours.
Is it a hammer?
No.
Don't try.
I might
and
not like
guess.
it. Yeah, I'm gonna like it because it comes from you.
What
Listen,
if it-
everyone. I wanted to share something with you. I don't know. It's something I'm worried about, but I don't want to.
Do I need to
darken
put the
mood.
boat down?
No, you're fine. You're doing great. I just.
I didn't know if this is like a thing that, like I needed to sit down for. I guess I could
No.
do that with the boat in my hands, but.
you
No,
are
you
sitting.
are sitting. You're
You're
sitting on
sitting.
the horse.
Oh, good point. Continue.
Yes. Yes.
Anyway, James.
Oh, when I have been visited by Shothragot in the past, it would normally come after a time after a very big fight, like we just had.
So he might show up tonight at dinner?
It's possible, but I also don't know if this time travel thing has affected it as well.
Have you been in communication with him since we got here?
Nope.
Well, then don't worry about it. If it happens, it happens.
But I guess I'm trying to be more transparent, and I'm trying to fill you all in on steps as things. So if something happens again, if you happen to catch sight of me, blinking out for a second again, I want to let you know that beforehand that I'm trying to be more responsible and transparent with all of you. So
Do you think
Very
that
good.
do you think that you could introduce us?
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to be introduced. Sorry.
I kind of do.
Not surprised.
I don't know.
I don't
As
think
I-
you should be alone. Just in case he didn't like what you just did, in case he happens to be friends with the Lord of Crows, I think it would be best if at least one of us was around you for the majority of this evening.
Mm-hmm.
You think the Lord of Crows has friends?
Yes, I do.
What do you think they do
But-
for fun?
Like the king of goats?
Bury people in the ground and put bottles of liquor inside of them?
Mm.
Yes, that's
The butler of nightmares?
But Ugo, what are you doing?
Just said he has friends.
Okay, sure.
Just trying to think
Um,
of friends he might have that seem I
That's
would be
true.
afraid of.
Yes.
Butler of nightmares. It's pretty scary.
I don't-
actually.
I don't know. When I go to somewhere else and it speaks to me, I don't actually know if it's somewhere else. As I said, I don't know where it is. It seems to be potentially on another plane, but as I told you, it has access up here, so that might just be a construct of my mind. I don't know. So I don't know. It worked by conjuring my Hunger of Hadar in the past. I was
Yes,
able to
but-
speak to it that way. But
That almost killed you.
correct. That's the only time when I sort of initiated the conversation.
Don't you usually get hurt after you're done talking to him?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Well, maybe we should institute sort of a buddy system for you, James?
Fine, if you like.
Can we just
I-
all have
I
a
put-
buddy?
I
Yeah.
put myself at your mercy, honestly.
I mean, a buddy
don't-
system should be mutual.
Yes, yes, no, of course.
Okay, I
I'm
just want to
just,
make sure that's clear.
It still sickens me to think that my actions could have had any sort of effect on Bingle or on any of you. And therefore, whatever you four want to do.
Well, if it's time to be honest, since you seem to be transparent and telling the truth,
I'm trying. As I've said, it's a long story.
continuing working with sloppy goats seems problematic.
Sloppy goats.
Sloppy goat. Oh,
Sloppy
He's your
goats.
patron.
Sloppy goats. That's
Yes.
the, that's,
You're the guy.
that's
That's
the
how
deal.
you pronounce it?
That's the dinner you mentioned earlier.
no, right.
Oh, yeah. That is the dinner I mentioned earlier.
It's fine. Yes, it doesn't sound like
Ugo
any
and
other
I
words.
couldn't remember his name, and I didn't think it was wise for us to be saying his name over and over again.
Yeah.
So we came up with a nickname.
That's
Got it.
cute.
Sloppy goats.
That's
Also
fine.
happens to be a very good, delicious dinner that you serve cold on bread.
Huh. Got it.
Made from goat. It's sloppy and very delicious.
I assumed, yes.
It's an orc dish.
Hmm.
Well, James, are you do you approve of somebody else being there if
If it's possible.
Sloppy Goats appears?
Wouldn't
If
it be a better choice to like stop serving it?
Well, easier said than done.
Can
What
you?
would that
Oh yeah, I don't know how
mean?
to stop it. I just was saying that. Well, if we're worried about it having access to your knowledge and you feel bad for it causing you to do bad things.
It hasn't directly caused me to do bad things, which is more why I would like to speak to it, because I honestly don't. As I've said, last time we spoke, it wanted to help me. Now,
What did it
I
want in
didn't-
return, though?
And didn't
only
you
thing-
kill somebody when you met it the first time?
I did not kill. I killed it. I killed someone long before I met it.
Uh-oh.
That was
Okay.
me, Ugo, who killed that man.
But I thought, okay, I did. But you cast spell to do it, yeah?
Yes, I did.
Do you know spells without him?
Yes, but I had not met him yet at that time.
I
I was sort of taking its power without its knowing, at least I
Ah.
think. I did not meet Shothregard until the beach of Bingle.
So perhaps it would be wise for us to not assume anything at this point. You can
Right.
speak to him if he comes to you, whether or not, and you can try to figure out what it is that he wants for giving you the power that he's given you.
Yes.
That's a
Some
good
sort
idea.
of negotiation.
There was also a strangest fate. Do you remember the boy in the basement?
Yes.
It sort of threatened to give its power to someone else, and it's like at that point I was like, no, it should be me. Better the devil you know, you know?
I'd
That just
rather not
sounds-
know devils.
That just sounds like a manipulation tactic.
No.
It was. It absolutely was on its face. But as I said before, I think it has the power to stop me. Remember that morning on the city with the salvage menders? I woke up and I could no longer use my magic for at least a day. So we know it has the power to stop me, and it hasn't.
Well, maybe that's a better idea, even for it to meet your friends.
Yes, as long as it doesn't mean giving it access to you like it has to me.
That's true.
I would personally
would
love
be-
to have many words with this sloppy goats.
I have many questions for it. I don't know. I don't know if we can contact it here. I'm willing to try.
I'm ready when you are.
Well, I think we've attracted enough of a show so far today. I think casting a black hole in the middle of Boster is probably not a great idea.
You're definitely noticing as you're walking, clip-clopping along, clip-clopping the 5 of you, Ugo riding, the 4 of you walking beside the boat.
Waving and nodding and
Definitely
smiling.
people looking at you, people, cleaning fish in the front of their houses, looking over. It whispers and chuckles, even a few, and some people with more alarm and distrust.
We rescued this horse from a carnival, actually. Yes, hi.
Yeah, and you certainly, as you walk down these cobblestone streets, you are being noticed for sure.
James, have you ever spoken to anyone about your patron other than us?
No.
So there's a chance that you might be able to find someone either now in the past or back in our original time that might be able to give you more information on who or what it is.
Absolutely. Any leads would be
Well, we
very
have an
welcome.
extra day.
True.
If you want, I could go with you and we could try to find someone tomorrow that might be able to give you a clue or a hint or perhaps let you read a book or something.
We could try. Jeff, have we seen anything on Castle Rum that looks like a center of knowledge?
You mean in Boster or the Isle
Or,
of Rum?
I'm sorry, yes, on Isle of Rum. Yes.
No, it's not really that kind of place. You have not spied any kind of library or school or anything like that, no.
Do pirates have schools or libraries?
So, Jeff, that's actually a pretty valid question. Is there law in Boster?
There is. It is certainly loose, and you,
Is it?
in particular, would get the sense that it's heavily lubricated.
Right.
A lot of payoffs.
Yeah.
But there is law. I mean, you participated in a full-blown tavern brawl, and you got the sense that it wasn't the first time that's happened, and no law showed up. So it's the kind of place where things go fast and loose, and you'd probably get a notice if something really egregious happened. There is law. It is not a lawless town, but it is certainly one that is on the edges.
So is it possible that there might be someone practicing arcane magic here that would want to avoid the law because of the type of magic that they want to dabble in? In other words, a higher level wizard or warlock or whatever.
It's certainly possible. I mean, I think you could surmise that is kind of the situation that was happening at the Lighthouse. You could surmise that there was stuff happening at the Lighthouse that a law-abiding citizen wouldn't take part in.
We may have wrecked the only show in town.
Well, not necessarily. I could whisper into a few people's ears and try to see if there isn't someone else on this island that might be dabbling in magic as well. Or just someone, that's far more knowledgeable about this subject than any of us.
We should be careful, but I mean, I'm open to trying, but we should be careful because if people don't know about it, I don't exactly want word spreading.
Well, I'm not going to tell anyone his or its name. I can just grease a few palms and see if there's anyone inside of this town or city that might know something.
It's not a bad
Didn't
idea.
you learn about it in a library?
I did.
Isn't it like one of the biggest libraries ever?
It is. And we are, but that library.
of
even
rare
But then there was
Jones.
also a building over there that had a big demon in it. So what do I know?
Right, but there is, after the War of Ideas, much of this knowledge was lost.
Are you afraid?
Is there anyone on Bingle that might know, Lily? Anyone that's been around for a very long time?
I mean, a lot of gnomes have been around for a really long time. So there's a chance. I wouldn't say we necessarily have. We have a small library, but it's like vacation books, light reading. But
Possible
that doesn't mean that there isn't someone who would know. I mean, the knowledge on Bingle is great.
Right. And there's a lot of people that pass through Bingle as well. We might get
Yes.
lucky and there might just be someone there who could help.
True.
I'm just spitballing ideas, so you don't have to summon a dark pool of darkness and walk into it.
I would also love to avoid that happening.
If there is a library, I'd love to take a look because my dad did publish a book or two, and it would be nice just to see a piece of him.
Nice.
Jeff, I would assume since this is a pirate island that there's probably a lot of like rumors and spies and like networks of information fingering through the town, right?
Yeah, if you go to the right spots, certainly.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm assuming we're taking the boat back and getting something to eat, so maybe I do this after dinner.
Okay, I mean, this conversation that you guys are walking, the night is falling, but you know, if you guys are done talking, we can arrive, drop off the boat, and continue on your merry way.
One last thing.
Sure.
James, are you afraid that you will lose control?
Yes.
Hmm.
My magic often feels like it comes from my mind, come from my head. Even now, I have access to spells that can, I mean, suggestion, for instance, that can control other people.
Yeah, but Lily can do that.
It's true, but you know, I've given something else real estate inside my brain. I thought it was a one-way street, but not really. So
I mean, technically, I've done the same thing. Now.
What's
oh
what's the? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
yes, I understand. I think it's slightly different.
What's the most dangerous spell you have access to, just so we know?
It depends.
It's kind of a big thing to mention that you have within
I can-
fingertips reach all of these spells.
I could summon a demon.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. What? Did you don't
I'll
plan
pull- I'll
on
pull
doing
out-
that, do you?
No. I'll pull out my Book of Shadows.
That book is aptly named.
May I?
And even as he holds it in his hand, it is dark. It's as if the cover of the book eats light. It is as if he's holding a shadow in his hand. The rest of you have never perceived anything quite like this. A physical object that looks like it's obscured. Like you can't even see. It looks like it's behind something that's casting a dark shadow upon it. It's a strange quality that this book in his hand has.
And I mean, so when I flip the pages, like it looks almost like gibberish to you. I'm not even
in fact,
sure.
James, you don't perceive the book in the same way everybody else does, right? You guys see it as this almost like this hole, this place where a thing should be, this
In the shape of a book.
in the shape of a book, right? And with this lack of light, this black shadowed thing. And even as James opens it and thumbs through the pages, you're kind of confused as to why he even thinks that you would be able to read that.
Yeah, I'll open to a page, and so the spell summon major demon. There it is.
I'm assuming that it still just looks like a black hole to us.
Yeah, it looks like a black smudge. It almost
James,
it's got this quality of a shadow, you know?
That doesn't.
I especially can't
book.
read that.
I am not looking at the demonic. I'm not looking at the demonic page in the demonic book.
James,
Just for the record,
you
that
do
becomes a thing later on.
you do know that if you summon a demon, you can lose control of them. When I summon my elementals, I have full control over them.
Mm-hmm.
I command them, they disappear on my command, but if you summon a demon,
That's one of the many reasons why I haven't done it.
and why you won't do
Ever.
it, right?
Yes.
Can we just make I feel like this has to be said out loud just because of things that have happened, but can we say this, like, maybe let's not summon demons or
This
blood
is why I
magics
stand by
or
the buddy
necromancy or things.
Can you rip the page out?
system.
Probably
no,
not.
No, don't try.
No.
It might hurt him.
Should I?
Abandon your ways? Yes.
Should should I stop using magic entirely?
Well, at this
Well-
point, I think. Hold on. At this point, I think we rely heavily on you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were to stop, it would cause a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
But what would help, I hope everyone can agree with this, is to just find out what Sloppy Goats wants.
Agreed. Agreed.
And perhaps find a good substitute.
The only other
I put a hand on Ugo just to try to get him to calm down a little bit.
I'm very calm right now. I'm not upset. I am not angry. I am worried, and I'm a little offended that you think that my worry is maybe not valid.
No.
So you
it's-
are upset.
it's
Well, no,
valid.
I'm upset at Civ because he's trying
Oh,
to.
okay.
Well, I don't know the word, but
I think everybody's hungry.
that's very true.
For
Yes.
starters, yes.
Anything else we
James,
should know about?
Just to be
James?
clear, if you summon a demon and lose control of it, I will help you kill it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we all will because the demon will start to kill us.
Well, maybe it'll just kill him and leave, but maybe not.
Is there anything else we should know about that book?
Can we eat before we get into more of this, please?
Sure, yes, yes, of
I'm
course.
afraid one of those spells will make me lose my appetite, so yes.
No, I mean, yes, there are terrible things in this book. You've seen me do some of them.
I've been in the middle of some of them.
Yes, you have.
That's why I am concerned, just to identify.
Hmm. I mean, you know.
Look,
yes,
it is okay to know things about the dark. I just think you understand what I'm saying.
Just as long as you're not raising the dead.
No desire to do that anytime soon.
Okay.
I'd say
Can
you
we get a
guys-
table for 5? Table for
Yeah,
5.
dropped off.
Bobby. So the bubbly hostess is just like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Non-smoking.
You guys are back to Cresty Station. You drop off the rowboat on the at the dock. You see a flurry of activity all around with the tardy plunder having birthed again, and it is there's things being prepped for basically what Whitebeard had told you, which is there's a lot of prep that needs to be done if you guys are going to sail out in 2 days. So there's a lot of that activity. You see the familiar pirates that you recognize kind of doing all that work. And you make your way back up into the Crusty Station. And as you enter, it is full of the same kind of swarthy characters that you recognize from the first time, some of them with bruises and bumps that you didn't see the first time around. And as you...
Couple
as the
scorch marks on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. Smoke marks, yeah. Although a lot of that was faked. You guys
Right.
created the illusion that there was a fire, not a real one.
Right.
The as you enter
Lily
the
shattered the fireplace.
she did.
They just kept going.
This is not the kind of place that it is remarkable that in 1 day's time it is back to running normally, and you get the sense that this is the kind of place that a few shattered tables and smashed chairs is a Tuesday. You know
Built
what I
into
mean?
their budget.
Yeah.
Tuesday happy
it's in their
hour.
budget, yeah. But as you, the 5 of you enter the room, there's certainly a record scratch type moment where a lot of the faces turn and recognize you, and there's a quiet that kind of falls over the place as you walk in, and you see Sharfer, the barkeep that you had yanked into the back and shaken down for information, look back with big wide eyes and put his head down and just started shaking it like this. And then you guys kind of walk in and find yourselves a table.
We'll take the Whitebeard section down front. Don't mind.
And as you walk toward a table, a couple of kind of dock workers that are sitting there look at you and see that you want the table and stand up and find another place to sit and give up the table for you.
Very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it seems like they remember us here.
Wow.
We'll buy the next round.
Well, I did spend the majority of the money. So
I've got a couple gold.
I figured if we all pooled in, we could buy a nice meal.
Yeah,
I just wanted
we'll
to
be
make
fine.
sure you all knew. Actually, this would be a good time for gifts, if you'd like.
Yes. What a lovely
Okay.
appetizer.
All right. I'm going to reach
We're
into
gonna
my
eat
sack.
them?
No. Like an emotional appetizer.
And I pull out a purple robe for James and hand it over to him.
Oh, so
Thank you.
nice.
That's a great color on you.
Your
Very
robe
nice.
is always getting trashed, and, you know, your Eldritch Blasts are often purple. This would match.
That's very appropriate. Thank you. It's cozy. I appreciate it. It's good, nice texture. Thank
It's
you.
lined.
Ah,
Nice liner
Ooh.
inside.
very
warm.
fancy. Thank you.
And for Ugo, and I pull out a bundled package of random candles that are all kind of bound together, like 10 different
Aw.
candles.
Too. Very. Now I can make a whole circle.
Yes. And some of them are scented.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Hopefully, orc sense.
I don't know if they
Doubt
sell
had
many of those.
So, yeah. That's okay. I still have some of the perfume. I can cover it up.
Oh.
Got it.
And Fahima, I got kind of a smorgasbord of magical things. There's some incense and a bowl and some coal and some herbs and such. I just said, give me some magical things or things that mages would use, and he picked out some things and threw it into a sack.
This is wonderful. I've actually been experimenting recently using components for my spells, so
It's
Thank
great
you.
to use all those things instead of blood from your body.
I was just about to ask if he brought you a couple vials of it.
of blood?
Yeah.
Again, I think I have to use my own.
I didn't
Right.
think to get blood, so.
No, that's good.
No, it's all
Probably.
right.
Yeah.
And for Lily,
And last but not least, and I pull out a small hand crossbow with 20 bolts.
Oh my gosh. I
Yes.
don't know how to use this.
Excellent.
Oh, well, I can teach you.
I'll just shoot it.
And a bolt goes flying over the heads of several of the patrons. It goes thong into the wall.
Easy with that.
And you see the barkeep Sharper from the back go up and go, oh no, not again, not again.
Wow.
I'll give you a few lessons later.
I think
Please,
I need
please
it.
do.
Thank
we
you,
all-
Sid.
Sure.
This is amazing.
I was
Maybe-
even thinking, I don't know how you feel about poison, but we could dip the bolts in the liquor of the dead if you want to make it more effective.
Okay. I'm pretty neutral on poison, so might as well try it.
Or you could dip them in Fahima's blood. Then heal people.
No, I'm not neutral on FEMA using her blood for things.
No.
I'm-
I have
I'm
to do the
anti.
incantation, so
Right.
it's going to work just like that. But this is Fahima's face the whole time Civ is giving Lily the crossbow.
You do notice that my tail kind of flicks back and forth a little bit when I hand over the crossbow that I'm not aware of.
I'm very excited to learn how to use this. And hopefully, I mean, it would have been nice to have this in the fight just recently because Fahima, I was trying to protect you, but I couldn't.
You did an excellent job of protecting me. Still standing, aren't I?
Yes.
It's true.
And the nice thing about this is if it's loaded, it's rather easy. It's just point and shoot.
I just did it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone in here looks terrified, so I feel like it worked.
You see the halfling with brown curly hair walk up that you remember interrogating, and he walks up with a tray and he sets down 3 bowls of soup and he goes, "Some chowder on the house.
Oh.
Just please, no more trouble, please."
Look what I just got.
I saw. Please, just be nice today. We just cleaned up and everything's calm.
It's very kind of you. Thank you.
Regards to Whitebeard.
Yes.
Absolutely.
He saunters away.
Before you go, do you mind bringing over a couple, just 2 of the crabs?
Oh,
And-
sure.
2 of
And-
the crustacean hammers that come with it.
Yes,
course.
extra mallets so that we can all use them.
We all want
Yeah.
to share.
Yes,
And
we
he-
all want to share.
Some of those cheesy garlic bread. Yes, yeah, that's
cheddar biscuits.
cheddar
not too
bay
much,
biscuits.
Not too much later, he returns with big, beautiful lobster and just with butter on top, and they
Oh,
smell great. They're warm, and there's 3 or 4 little hammers on the side, and then there's a little sack with like 5 more in this sack
Oh.
of hammers.
Thank
Like-
you.
Ugo takes the sack of 5 hammers.
Excellent.
I like how we're shaking them down for small hammers.
Utensils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sid,
That
it
we
was so
could
nice of
probably
you.
buy for like nothing.
You probably
We'll
just
probably-
ask for them.
They were at Orabins, and you just didn't see that bin.
It's
Yeah.
like when you like take
Oh.
extra mints at the end of the dinner, and you're like,
Before I forget, I did tell Orabin, he's the one that I bought all of these fine things from, that, and he gave me a bit of a discount, that if I can talk Whitebeard into resupplying some of his things for his crew, that I would take him there. So I might have to take Whitebeard over there in the morning if he'll go, or perhaps just buy things on his behalf.
Okay,
that's a good
It,
idea.
it was just to get a discount. I don't have to
That-
do it.
nicely done.
Thank you.
But we
so-
should, right? Because we said we would.
if we can.
Yes. Yes.
Did you get a gift for yourself?
Actually, I was going to talk to you about that later on tonight.
Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Should we talk about the next step of our journey with Mr. Whitebeard?
Do you think he's gonna come here?
No, probably not. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean,
It's not. Maybe for at the end of the night or whatever. But
the
Are
crew
we still
came here
feeling-
last time.
yes. How are we feeling about bringing little Chomel to Bingle with his parents?
Conflicted.
Yes.
I was thinking about it, and I thought perhaps if we could get Chomel and Choron and Baojai to the island without Whitebeard or any of his crew going to the island, that would at least ensure that the only issue would be if Choron or Baojai or Chomel decide to, I don't know, get some sort of revenge on Bingle, although why they would right now is beyond me.
Mm.
I just thought showing Whitebeard Bingle, because it's such a soft target, was dangerous, but he seems to already know about it.
Yeah, I would assumed he'd know. I mean, the word of Bingle's pretty far and wide.
Don't you find it odd that they don't have any way to defend themselves, though? I mean, Lily, I remember someone telling me that the Shazan Gao have some sort of agreement with Bingle, and perhaps that's why no one messes with Bingle, because the Shazan Gao will crush them, like an
Jeff-
alliance.
Jeff, would I know much about that, or is that
You would
kind of-
certainly have been raised knowing very, very well the things that Grammy would talk about is that Bingle has lots of friends, and the friendships are always worthwhile things that she would talk to you about, because we are safe here because we have so many friends. We are no one wants to hurt us because we promote positivity and goodwill and those kinds of things.
But I wouldn't know specifically Shazan Gao.
I think you would know specifically what that meant.
Yeah.
As far as like who we were friends with, but I think as a young girl growing up, you took a lot of solace in that fact that no one wants to hurt this place. We're just friends with everyone, I think is the interpretation.
Yeah.
Right?
Would any of the rest of us know, that maybe the two learned people know if
I
there's
don't
like
think
treaties?
No, I don't think that there would be a knowledge of specific Bingle treaties or agreements, but Certainly the reputation of Bingle is very well known, and it's sort of like somebody attacking Disneyland. You know, it's just doesn't happen. It just there's a joy to this place that feels off limits almost, and that even, you know, people like Whitebeard go there to relax. You know, it's the kind of place that's open to everyone. And
so is it like a neutral country?
I think that's the sense you would all get is the first indication that there's any layer deeper to that is the conversation that you heard Choron have about it.
I mean, I don't know. I think if Chomel actually grew up there, like, and actually went there and lived there at least for a large portion of his younger life, and maybe I'm naive. I think he just. I find it very hard to believe that someone who grew up that way in that place would then want to destroy it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Unless
Although I have read stories about that happening.
Unless he leaves that place. I mean, they are prisoners there, so to speak. If they leave at any moment, the Shazengao would be on them in a flash.
As someone who's experienced it, the unwilling can easily be led to the things they do not want.
What does that mean?
Just as you can suggest things with magic. Similar.
Okay.
If they are he's impressionable, he is a child.
Yes.
Well, I did notice that Choron was, how do I put this? Parenting Chomel in a very interesting way. He seemed to project a lot of anger and hatred towards the Shazengao.
Yes, his mother seems to have a fair amount of it about her sister as well.
Well, I try to talk to him because that's true. I mean, if bad things and evil doesn't look like evil and bad things, and it just looks like you're helping people and power, then there's no way of telling them what's right and wrong. But again, we can't really know what's going to change anything, if it will change anything. So,
well, from their perspective, they were also betrayed by the people they trusted the most.
Right.
Happens once can happen twice.
That's true.
Not that Bingle ever would, but they could. Mama seems very paranoid.
I guess I feel like where they're at now, the best chance we have is them actually meeting Grammy. I mean, that's the only thing I could think that would possibly change their mind to ever having ill feelings, or not even ill feelings, just ambivalent feelings towards Bingle.
I agree.
And if they can stay hidden and protected, just in case, like, a bounty hunter or someone were to come along and try to steal the boy.
Yes.
Maybe there is a way to go with them to Bingle and instill upon your grandmother how important it is that these people are protected. I can't imagine you'd be able to be there, Lily. I mean, you'd probably have to kind of stay in the back.
Well, it might be terrifying to meet your granddaughter that's not born yet.
Right.
But James, don't you have to go? Because you have to read his mind so that we know where the treasure is.
That's right, yes.
So that could be an excuse for you to go.
Yes, I also think it's probably a good idea if we can. I don't know if my ability to dispel magical effects would work on her madness, on the mother's madness, and we don't even know for sure that it is madness. But if there was a way, have we passed any temples in Boster, anything like that?
Nothing that you've seen.
If there was a way.
But I have a question, and this may seem selfish of me, but I need to know. You said, James, that we should not change time.
Well, yes.
Saving Bingle would be pretty drastic change in time.
You make a good point.
Why then should I not go and warn Mama about her impending doom?
You make a good point.
I don't know how I feel about it. I just
The only thing we know is our present time, and we know all the things that led up to there. And unfortunately, like what happened to Bingle has the benefit of not being that long ago in our present, so we can better guess what the effects might be if we were to save Bingle from that disaster.
Right, but it seems to be a very
It's a big one.
It's around the big giant monster things that we inhabit.
So maybe it's unavoidable. And I hate saying that.
Well, look, we are going to do the right thing as far as we can, and we're going to continue doing what Whitebeard wants to do. Right? That's what we've decided. That's all we can do. So I think we should finish the bottom of our bowls of soup and get some rest.
I agree. I think the most dangerous things would be changing our own ability to do good in the future, you know? And that's why I was worried about Mervis and Whitebeard, because we need Mervis in the future in order to save Bingle. We need Mervis to hate his father, unfortunately.
Which in a way means we need Whitebeard.
Yes, absolutely.
Which means we need Choran to decimate Bingle.
I don't know.
It's kind of the question, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know about these things. I just thinking them through.
It's scary. It feels like we're playing like gods, and it terrifies me if I'm being honest.
Yup.
Because that's the kind of math that I can't do.
I think we should get some rest.
I agree. Should we stay here? Does the Krusty Station have rooms?
No, you'd have to go back to the Isle Inn, which is not far.
We go back to the boat. Should we just sleep on the boat?
Keeper.
I kind of have bad memories of that inn.
Yeah, me too.
There are other inns.
I'm fine
just
going back to the boat.
It just depends on if you want to be around Whitebeard and the crew or not.
They're not all bad guys.
No, I mainly meant Whitebeard could give us orders. He gave us 2 days off, and if we go back early,
Good point.
Fair.
he might start telling us what to do.
Could sleep in boat.
Well, we already returned the boat.
pretty
I just
small.
figured this was us getting leave.
Right.
Since we earned it, since we went through hell and back.
Do we have any money left?
It depends. Are we going to pay for this meal?
Yes, we should. We've done enough. We've done enough to the Krusty Station.
Then we could stay in a very cheap inn.
Okay.
Well,
I
I
have
can probably
13
get
gold.
us free room and board
Okay.
and inn
All right.
Oh yeah?
needed.
We should be fine.
Could
Okay.
sell some of these hammers.
I
True.
don't think they go for much. They're literally
Sell
they're
the
free
hammers
over
back
there.
to the Krusty Station. A very minor markup. I carved them. They say. I'll go on.
All of them say Uggo the Brave on them.
Made better. Worth more.
All right, so you guys are heading back to. I mean, you can. There's the Salt Spray Cafe, which is another inn on the island. There's the
Sure,
Isle
that sounds
Inn.
nice.
All right.
Salt
Where was
Spray
the
Cafe.
cheapest one?
Any place
Yeah.
that Lily can get us in for free.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, she has
Hotel
that
6.
feature, so she's. I mean, you guys can go back to
Strictly
the island, whatever it is.
Red Roof Inn.
Red Roof Inn
territory.
I mean,
Thank you very much. I can get us into any inn.
yeah, Monster's not exactly, a 5-star resort. It's 5 one half dozen or 6 one half dozen the other. So you make your way to the Salt Spray Cafe, and you are, because Lily has the trait that she has, are able to get free lodging, and all of you are able to get rooms and even have individual rooms, which is a rarity in your travels.
Would someone like to pair up? Buddy system and all that.
Could I bed down with Lily?
Of course.
I don't know. I'm asking. I'm betting down Lily.
Well, one of us is going to be left out because there's only 5 of us.
It's fine. I'd like my own room.
Okay.
Are we gonna
I'll
talk?
go-
Yes. When you get a moment, just come to my room.
Okay.
James will go to bed. It's been a long day.
All right.
It's not every day you take down a lighthouse.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
I'll go
Good
pair
night.
with James.
Good night.
All right. So,
Good night, Fahima. Maybe I'll see you later.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure I won't be too long. But before I go, I just wanted to say, thank you again for helping me with that spell. I really couldn't have done it without you. And
I'm sorry I can't explain healing better. I tried once to explain it to one of my sisters, and I couldn't do it well then either.
they can't cast the same way that you can?
Not all of them.
Oh. Huh. Well, I just, I've seen you almost die twice now. And, you've healed me so many times. I just really hope that I can return the favor because I really don't like seeing that. And I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry, Fahima. You've gotten us out of many battles that I wouldn't be able to. You have gifts that I don't have, and I have a few that you don't.
The
That's
hag
why
was
we
my
work
fault. The hag was my fault. If I hadn't have swapped her out into the room.
Well, we've all made mistakes that have almost killed one of us. Honestly. I know that's probably not very comforting, but it's true. We have a very dangerous job.
Yeah, well, don't tell anyone else that I said this, but, it hurts a bit more to see you. You're the heart, and you're so kind, always, and you always know what to do and what to say.
Not always, but I'm happy to hear you say that. I'm sorry it hurts more when it's me. I don't mean that to happen.
No, I didn't. I never want to see it again, and I'm gonna do my best to ensure that I don't put you in harm's way.
Well, I'm going to do my best to ensure that you don't hopefully have to take blood out of your own body to heal me.
All right, deal.
Okay. Now go have your secret meeting with Civ. Sounds
Okay.
exciting.
I really hope it's a secret about you. I'm sure it will be.
Well, come back to the room and tell me then.
Maybe.
I guess that's not how secrets work.
No. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Fahima makes her way down the hall a bit, past a door that sounds suspiciously like an orc snoring, and past another door, and then
Me, Amanda.
Amanda.
all right, and you rap softly on.
Come in, it's unlocked.
Hi.
Hello.
Um,
Did you bring the things that I bought you?
Oh, yes, they're still in my coat.
Good. Come in, close the door.
Okay.
Do you remember what you were saying before? I know you said it was a joke about how you felt changed after I said that I felt changed.
Oh, I was joking. I know it was a bad joke that nobody got, but
I wasn't. Can I show you something if you promise not to tell anyone?
I might tell Meep.
Meep is all right.
Okay. Until she learns to talk, you know. It's not
Well, once she learns to talk, she's going to be telling us all off at that point.
Yes, that's true. She's very sassy.
I can tell. I unsheath the kitchen knife that we got from Castle Rum, and I kind of flip it back and forth in my hands, and I'm staring at it. kind of intently, and then I wave my hands over the top of it, and it becomes engulfed in green flame.
What? Whoa!
What?
I just knocked all my stuff off the table.
Don't worry about that vase. It wasn't worth anything.
I can just mend it in a bit. What is that?
And then it.
Can you do magic now?
It wicks out. I don't know. I was focusing on the blade, and it happened, and none of you saw, so I kept it a secret. I can also do this, and I take out another dagger, and I kind of clack them together, and it starts reverberating.
Whoa! Have you?
Yes.
Have you tried throwing it? Oh, wait! I take out the twigs, and I can you do the flame thing again?
Yes. I can do it as many times as I want.
I hold up the sticks to the flame.
And I wave my hand over the blade and then hold the blade to the sticks.
You see the sticks being damaged, broken.
Whoa. This is next level fire. I would like to do an Arcana check on this.
Okay.
Do I have any advantages or disadvantages?
You do indeed. You have advantage from Cold Candor, countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you both. Ooh, that's not great. I know my 9 plus 8, 17.
17. You definitely recognize this as being an evocation spell.
And the flames as obviously magical flame, but...
Indeed they are, yes.
Any reason why they're green?
Well, you certainly remember green flames from the visions that you saw at the Castle Rum. They don't look exactly the same as those green flames, but there's a quality that seems reminiscent. But they certainly seem, it certainly seems as though Civ has created a magical fiery weapon.
This is incredible. Is there anything else you can do with it?
I mean, I haven't even tried stabbing anything with it. I was worried that it might have something to do with the Castle Rum, and I don't want to, possess someone or give more power to the Lord of Crows. I was hoping you could tell me what it is, or what it does, or how it works.
Well, the only thing I can say for certain is that it's evocation.
I don't even know what that word means.
Sure. It just means that you're evoking the elemental energy. It's different from conjuring. It's actually convoluted, and I don't quite understand the difference sometimes. But
Fahima, you also are able to tell with your extensive knowledge of magic and your study of the arcane arts that what Civ is doing is a cantrip.
It also is something that you can do at will, as many times as you want. That's incredibly useful.
Yes, when all of you are talking and not paying attention to me, I've been messing around with it.
What? We've been that engrossed in our own conversations that I haven't noticed a green flaming dagger? Knife?
Well,
Now I feel bad.
I'm not always standing right next to you when I do it.
Well, why did you want to tell me about it? Just so I could...
Well, I want you to teach me more. I want to learn more.
More magic?
Yes,
more
and that's why
evocation.
I bought you those things. I thought perhaps you could teach me a spell.
Civ, I would love to. What do you want to learn?
Well, this is going to sound strange, but I've always been quite jealous of your relationship with Meep.
Oh. Okay.
And I thought perhaps we could do the same thing with, and I pull out Mr. Whispers. If we could turn him into a Meep, so to
Right.
speak.
Well, the spells that I know conjure a familiar, so to speak, out of magic. So they're not real. But Meep is, of course, a different case. So I will definitely do some research and try to figure out how we can make this happen for you.
Oh, you mean we can't just do it now?
Oh, well, like I said, the spell that I know wouldn't.
And as you're
Let you-
as you're searching, you see Civ holding his hand out with this little mouse looking at you with big eyes.
The spell that I know wouldn't let you talk to Mr. Whispers specifically. It would sort of conjure something else. But that's not what you want.
Well, we
Mr.
found, I'm
Whispers.
confused. We found Meep in the tower. I thought you just, waved your hands and said some words and turned her into,
Oh no,
thing.
no. Meep chose me. She
Oh.
seemed to take a liking of me, and all of this communication that we have in our minds and her protection over me, that's all her. And of course it helps that I have opened up my mind to the channels of that communication, but look.
Can you talk to Mr. Whispers?
Yes, with a spell. So I wonder if we could blend the spell, talking to animals, with find familiar. What else can they do? They can do. Do you want them to attack? You want to do it? Maybe there's something to do with enlarge as well. Enlarge and creating some sort of some claws. How would a mouse? Do you want him to attack? How would a mouse attack? How do you envision that?
No, I don't think you would make a very good combatant. I just thought, the way you have your connection with Meep so that you can understand one another.
So you mainly just
I
want the
often
friend.
talk to Mr. Whispers, and I think he understands me, but he doesn't say anything back other than squeak.
Okay. I have one spell slot left. So I'll use it to cast all my stuff's on the floor still. Speak with animals. So I can talk to Mr. Whispers.
Okay.
Hi. Can you understand me? Actually, can they understand us when we cast that?
Yeah.
They can, right? Of course.
Speaking with animals.
It's two ways, duh.
Yeah.
Can you understand me?
Yes.
Oh! How did it take us this long to talk to Mr. Whispers? Come on.
Oh my god.
54 episodes.
Very white mouse.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
I've
Hi.
been waiting for you to say something to me.
Wow. This.
Never been more attracted to a mouse.
Lily, you can have Civ. I'll take Mr. Whispers. Have you been able to understand Civ when he's talking to you?
Yes.
He says he can understand you.
Really?
I want to speak back in his mind,
And
like you do with Meep.
and he wants the same thing you do. This seems very reciprocal.
You recognize,
Whis-
of course, that Civ is blossoming. His innate magical ability coming forth.
Innate? You mean he's had it inside of him this whole time?
Yes.
And just how are you privy to this information, Mr. Whispers?
How long do you think a mouse usually lives?
5 years? How old are you?
I've been with Civ since he was a very young boy.
So you're quite mature then.
That's one way to put it.
Is this all
I
coming out
think-
as like squeaky squeakies for Civ?
Yes, Sid just hears squeaky squeakies. I wish we could be doing this in a secret room. It'd be my.
Oh
It
my
would be
god!
so
Oh my
It would be
god!
so good. Oh god! But then if you did it in a secret room, we all couldn't enjoy it.
Exactly. That's
True.
why I want to do it. Because I love when you guys can't
But I
enjoy
enjoy this.
You love when we can't enjoy things.
stuff. You know that he can use a spell you are familiar with.
Which defined familiar spell?
And I think you've got it.
So, if he cast that, please enlighten me. Why is it not operating? You are very intelligent for a mouse, by the way. I have to say,
Thank you.
very well spoken.
Smarter
He's a
than me.
25 intelligence.
He's smarter than Uggo.
Yeah, Mr. Whispers is actually smarter than Fahima.
Smarter than all of us.
I'd like to be more helpful. I believe in you, Heroes of Bingle.
Well, thank you for saying that. I will do my best to show Civ the spell, and you two will talk soon.
Thank you. I'd like to go back into his pocket now, please.
Okay. Civ, he wants to go back in your pocket.
Oh, all right.
Uh,
I give him a piece of the cheesy bread from the restaurant as a gift, and then I put him back inside my
He
pocket.
picks it up and he starts eating it, and he turns back to Fahima right before he goes in the pocket, and he goes, "This stuff is delicious."
What did he say?
how?
And that's where we're gonna go to intermission.
Yes!
God!
Yes!
That's where we're
Oh,
going to
I
intermission.
love it so much.
Oh,
This is so
oh
good.
my gosh.
All right.
So good. How are people not watching this show? Oh my god, it's so good.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a brief intermission through which Lord Airbender is going to take care of you. But I want to thank some folks before we go. We have love from Rockstar Boy 21, Sitar, Vosh Voyager, Vain Dead, Atheist Dad, Call Me Tim. Okay, Tim. Akuna Matata, Grim Fated, Melchior, and others, and a potato from Cold Candor. Meow, 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 meow. We love potatoes. Oh my gosh, unbelievable. If you don't know what I'm talking about with potatoes, join us live. We hope you can make it. I know some people can't make it, and we miss you, but boy, it's fun hanging out live. We will be back for the rest of the show shortly. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after a brief intermission. Right now, it's time for us to enjoy one another's company. Who would have guessed, huh? That Mr. Whispers would have been the best character in this entire show. Absolutely, positively delicious. I approve 100%. Incredible. I'm almost jealous, I have to say. The voice on that thing. Delicious. Am I wrong? Someone argue with me. Go for it. Please. Did Lord Banana Ban admit Whispers is better than him? I did not say that, did I? Ouroboros. Oh, I said he was the best character. I'm no character. I'm a being that runs this show, baby. Now, Dresden Dark dropping potatoes on us like it's no tomorrow. Like there's no tomorrow. Wow. Amazing. Thank you for that. Jeff's Mr. Whispers perfection. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, before I continue, I must say, if you're not watching this live, just as Jeff was saying prior to ending the first half, I highly recommend watching live. Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. you can live chat with me and our wonderful community, the watchers of the time stream. Okay? So get on it. If you haven't watched live, get to watching live. That's what it's all about. That's what makes the show fun. It doesn't mean you can't watch it, of course, later on YouTube or wherever that we're showing it, but it's just a little bit better when it's live. All right? Deathwind 25, Lord Ereban, have you ever had one of the mushrooms that causes hallucinations? I have, numerous times. They don't do quite what you think they would do to me. It takes quite a load, sometimes a few pounds, in order to get to that level. But yes, eventually the mind does go somewhere else. It's fun, but it can be a little dangerous. Vain Dead says, Lord A, I'm still mortally challenged, as you always will be. All right? Listen, we're all living beings. We've got to end sometime. I'm actually attracted to a mouse, says Cosmic Lord 09. Who would have guessed? I am too. Grave Witch, Lord A, what class would you take? You mean what class? As in, what type of a character would I be in Dungeons and Dragons? If I were to play a game? Well, I would be me. In Illithid. Simple. And then you would say, but wait, you can't play one of those. And I would say, I can do whatever I want. All right? And you would say, that's correct, sir. Otherwise, I'd eat your brains. Snaggletooth, saying aerobics instructor? Good one. I got to let that swirl around in my brains for a bit to see if I can catch on. What was the joke there? Did I miss it? Milo, can you do me a favor? Go into the goggle and type in the following. Would you? Yes. No. Write this. What class would you take? Question mark. And then write aerobics instructor? Question mark. Then write Illithid. And tell me what you come up with. Hopefully it's something good. Okay. TW. Oh, I like that name. Now, what college class would you take? It's a very good question. I think something in chemistry sounds like a way I'd like to go. That or biology. I have always been a fan of the biologies. Dadpool. Lord A, where did Charles go? Dadpool, unfortunately, due to the COVID and the expansion of people wearing masks and the dangers of having other humans around, especially for Milo and myself, I've had to ask both Charles, James, Delphonse, and McGee to take a hike. And they will not be coming back anytime soon. All right. Failwaffle says, Chef Scott, you're saying something to friends. That's good. Wonderful. Keep speaking amongst yourselves. Vosh Voyager, Mr. Whispers is the 6th warden, the sexy warden. Interesting. Is that the direction that this show is going in? We're doing this now? Having a sexy warden? Please, my goodness. This is a family show, everyone. Tone it down, please. All right? Tone it. Did you hear that voice? Yes, you're responding to someone else. Angel Devilson, oh my God, I don't want to go to bed yet. This episode is too good. I agree. Hence, Angel Devilson, do not go to bed. Hey, Lord A, I was just saying Whitebeard is my boyfriend. That's all. Fail Waffle, I love it. What did everyone think about the new character that we met today? The halfling, I don't remember his name. I wasn't paying attention to that part. But I will tell you, a mini Whitebeard, if I've ever heard of one, or heard one, and I loved it. Probably my favorite so far, except for many of the other ones that I've seen in the past, or heard of in the past. I don't think he gave his name, Lord A. Well, I think he did. But I think, Vosh Voyager, you and I don't remember. Or perhaps he didn't, in which case, don't worry. We're in good shape. We're not going senile. Scented Meat says, Warden of Whoopee. Scented Meat's way to come in on that one a little late. I still think it's funny. Milo's laughing. Yes, he thinks it's hilarious. No, Milo, that's not. No. All right. Unfortunately, when Milo laughs, he often relieves himself at the same time, so that happened. Okay. Lord A, when will we get to see Milo? Says Melchior. Oh, never. No, because that would be precisely what he would want and precisely what would ruin this show. So no, never. That's right. Well, he's going to sleep now anyways, aren't you? That's right. You can go to bed. I'll pick it up. Just leave it there. Don't touch it. Not with your hands, at least. Ugh. Lord A, the halfling is yesterday's news. Mr. Whispers is what's hot now. Subotai the Smithy. Am I saying that right? Subotai? Someone tell me I'm spelling that right or saying it right, or someone give me a phonetic pronunciation. My minion, who was just walking towards his bedroom to go to sleep, has now keeled over and died. Thank you very much for doing that. Subitai. Great work. Now someone's going to have to clean that up. The mess, first of all, the one that he left on the floor initially, and then now him lying on the ground. Hopefully not in any worse condition, please. All right. Hold on, everyone. Relax. Subotai, thank you for saying that I had perfect pronunciation. I appreciate that. It is one of the most important things in my life is pronunciations. All right. Is summoning Milo a cantrip? Yes, Willmeister. Congratulations, you got that right. No, it's not, and I don't summon him. I just bring him back to life. He's never been summoned. I found him in a swap meet. Paid 16 pence for him. I know what you're thinking. What is pence? Don't worry. People in the UK understand. All right. Before we continue on, I do have some things I'd like to go over with you because I think they're very important. Lord A, wait, hold on. Shaberry saying, Lord A, what happened to your other minions from episode 1? We forgot about them, Shaberry. Okay? They're in the past. They're history. Dude the man, what are you doing? Why would you do that? I was just about to tell you all about props, and now I've got an exploded minion over to my left. Absolutely. All right. Now you're trying to be funny. That's disgusting. Now he's everywhere. Individual pieces, and I mean millions of them, everywhere. I would love to have a Roomba, but I don't have... Dude the man, what you've just done is ruined my evening. Congratulations. I wish I could end this evening quickly and get on to the next day. Because of you. No, just 3. Actually, 4. Actually, yes, 4 times. Wait a second. 5, 6. Because of Reza earlier. Anywho, let's continue on. We'll get back to that. I want to tell you all about Dungeon Run props because they're very important. These are the props that you can use to impact the show. Number 1, you can grant the gift, of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at one time, taking the highest value. You can give that to anyone in the party, or you can give it to Jeff, i.e. the DM. Those are the only people you can give it to. Don't give it to me, because it won't do anything for me, and certainly don't give it to Milo. Goodness gracious. Next, the option of giving disadvantage, which Cosmic Lord has given us and shown right here for James. Thank you. This, unlike an advantage, if the player has an advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player has an advantage already, or does not have an advantage, then they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. So it's the opposite, really, of an advantage. If you've played D&D before, you know what this means. When you give an advantage or disadvantage, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will choose for you. And I assure you, you will not be happy with the results. Come on now, Rogden. I saw it, and I'm seeing it again. You have ruined the evening for everyone. Because now there is nothing to bring back to life. Good work. I still love you, Uga. All right, continue on. Next up, you can do show love. That's our celebratory item. I cannot say that word ever. If you would like to send love to anyone in the cast or myself, please feel free to do so. That's those little blue balloons. Very nice and very appreciated. And also, last but not least, twins, and what are you thinking? What is the point? There's nothing left. All right. Of course, then there's Milo's ball. That cauldron-looking thing with the purple slime business in the middle being stirred by whatever the heck it is that's stirring that. I don't know what it is. A wand, a ladle, a spoon. I don't know. I don't care. It's not a good idea to use Milo's ball because it hurts me, Milo, and Milo. And a ladle. Yes, Shavery, you're correct. Listen, it kills him. All right? It kills him. Stop it. Oh, White Tiger Angel, thank you so much for that. It's very generous of you. Showing me love. Because you said there for Ereban, which is me. Right? So yes, thank you. Very much. Very much. All right, listen. If anyone out there knows how to bring Milo back to life, I am sick and tired of trying to resurrect him, whatever it is that we call it. So someone please do it for me. Let's get him out of the dumps and back to being a minion so that he can go to bed and start sleeping. The sooner, the better. I don't want to recast him, Drogden. I was relaxing. I was enjoying the show. I was sitting here, not minding my own business, and this happens. All right. Oh, look at that. Milk and cookies. Chef Scott, thank you so much. Very nice. And yes, we'll work on the resurrection. And Scully is my homegirl with 5 advantages, 1 for each player on the team. Very, very generous. Thank you. Let's turn Lord Ereban into an Ulitharid. Ulitharid? Can you explain to me what on earth that is supposed to be? Dyrinair. Dyrinair? I don't even know what it is, what you just said there. I like it, but I don't know what it is. Vane Dead says, are you fine with him being a zombie? No, I'm not. Okay? Greedo888 says, just destroy Milo's ball. Yes, welcome to my life. Trust me, I've been trying to do it for years. Hornist34 says, Lord Ereban, brains with chili or salsa? Neither. I take them plain. Anything else produces and promotes gas. We cannot have that. You're already in Ulithid. How do you not... He's not... That's not what he said, though, Brogdon. What are you trying to say? I understand what I am. He's saying an Ulitharid. What is that? That's not the same, is it? And if so, where is that written down? I would like to see it. Please. Lord A, how can the new watchers get that sweet merch? Lord Grain, thank you for asking. They can always go to... where is it again? I always forget. I cannot remember. Isn't it the dungeonrun.fandom.com? It's dungeonrun.fandom.com. That's right. That's where you can go. And don't worry, everything that you can imagine is there for your choosing and enjoying. All right? Everything. Now, Vosh Voyer says, Lord Ereban, you are the keeper of secrets. Make Milo immortal. How does me being the keeper of secrets have anything to do with making anything immortal? Is there logic in that statement there, Vosh? If not, please explain yourself. I feel like I need to be in a Congo line, says Vanderslice. Well, you've come to the right place. Joe Kaiser says, what's up? Yes, hello, Joe Kaiser. Calcanius says, I imagine a photo of Milo on the merch site. Me too, Calcanius. Let's make that happen. Lord Corwin says, well, he's kind of immortal, but he has to go through a lot of deaths. Yes, in a weird way, yes, immortal, but not the immortality that you or I would want. Yes? Right? Because he does have to die after all and come back to life. Not fun. At all. Wiegeldmeister saying, what does Milo look like? He is a mix between every little critter you can imagine, and he is not healthy looking in the slightest. Really, truly. I don't know exactly how to describe him because he's hideous, and I don't want to make anything that is anything feel bad about what they are by mixing them in with who he is. Does that make sense? Good. He is a spare part completely. That is what he is. Greedo, he essentially probably would come up to about the low part of your quadricep. He's very short. I would say on the average, because he does change size from time to time, about 2.5 feet tall, sometimes 3. So with that, I think we've done all that we need to. Oh, Vosh, thank you so much. That is very generous of you. We are going to go back. We are done with this break now. Our team is ready to get back to playing, and I'm sure you're ready to get back to watching them. Before we do, I just want to say the following. To all of you who are playing along and who have played along and interacted with us throughout this evening, our humble thanks. And thank you to everyone. I cannot even speak tonight. It's really annoying. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. Oh, yes, and be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run as The Dungeon Run continues. All right? And I just totally read the wrong part of the script. I have a script, everyone, okay? That I have to read through. And every so often, I get confused. Don't go anywhere because the show is not over. I just read the script for the exit. This is how out of my mind I am right now. Let's go back to the first part here, all right? Thank you all for being here. Remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversation around the game. Now it's time to rejoin our adventure. Done and done. Simple, easy, and quick.
We're back. Thank you, everyone.
Hey.
And hey, I just saw as we were coming back, Jay Lafette sent me some love. It said for Jeff. I saw that. Thank you, Jay Lafette.
Aw.
I appreciate you. I appreciate that.
So nice.
So sweet.
Indeed, we have the best community on the internet, bar none.
Number 1.
Indeed. Okay, so back to our scene with Fahima and Civ. The Mr. Whispers mouse has just entered Civ's pocket, out of sight, nibbling away on some delicious cheesy bread.
I just realized my fan is on. I'm gonna turn.
All right, cool.
While
while
this is
she's-
happening, Jeff. Oh, so go
Yeah,
No,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Please go
I
ahead.
was gonna say Lily is in the room for the first time with the crossbows, trying to figure out how to set it down safely. So
I love it. I love it. Yeah, like
so she's
staring.
like, okay, put you under the bed, and it's like if it kind of winds up pointing towards the door where Fahima's gonna come in, and so she like moves it so it's not facing the door, it's facing the wall.
I love it.
And then
Sitting
she,
in bed, like staring at this thing, like
yeah, maybe she puts like a pillow up next to it so there's no way it could fire. Like just feeling a little scared even having something with so much like piercing power.
Yeah, I love it. Amazing.
So that's all happening.
It's so
Nice.
great. All right. Fahima and Civ, Mr. Whispers has just gone away, and you find yourself staring at Civ, who didn't understand any of that exchange.
Okay.
What did he say?
Well, he said that you have innate power in you, and I really think that if we try the spell that I've sort of made notes on, that we could do this right now. Do you want to try?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I start giving him the ingredients, and I start telling him what to do with them, putting the charcoal and the herbs and everything in the bowl, the brass brazier. And so I have some notes on this spell. I haven't cast it myself, but I think due to your relationship with Mr. Whispers and how you've had him for how long?
Since I was 6.
Since you were okay, so he's
Yes.
He's how old? 13?
That would make him 15.
15. Okay.
Is that a long time for a mouse? I don't know how long mice live.
Oh yes, that's an extraordinarily long life for a mouse, I would say. Okay, so
Well, he actually found me. It's funny when you said that about Meep. When I was left alone in the alleyway, he came out of the trash, and he was my only friend for quite a while.
wow, that is, I mean, perhaps he's magical too then. This could make this all easier. Okay. All right, let's sit down. I like to do cross legs. You can just sit however you're comfortable. And
I just crouch.
I hand him my notes on Find Familiar. It's not the complete spell because Bahima never needed it. She had Meep, who just kind of came to her. So it's kind of chicken scratch and cobbled together. And she also writes down bits from Speak with Animals, maybe some somatic components, and
Siv, as you look at these notes, they make absolutely no sense to you. You have no idea what any of this means. And yet, you know, come to think of it, there's something that sort of is a little familiar to you about some of the movements that are described. That does seem like there's something that stirs in you. And maybe you wouldn't have even put this together if you had any less experience in the world than you have now. But as you're in this moment, having seen what you've seen, been through what you've been through, tackled the challenges you've tackled, it does seem like there's a certain logic to what's written here, even as most of it is just utter nonsense. There's just some kind of, and as you inhale the aroma of the materials burning in that brass brazier, something inside you shifts slightly.
my dad always said, kind of let your eyes go soft, defocus your eyes, and you'll start to feel and see the weave.
It's almost like a poem.
Yes, I'm sure Lily connects with it in a similar way. It's wonderful.
Has a certain cadence to it.
Yeah.
And you feel as you breathe in this intense aroma of the incense and the charcoal burning in that brazier, you feel the warmth, the little pressure of Mr. Whisper in your pocket. You feel a connection that you've never felt before, a deeper connection. And you have a sensation of being able to touch Mr. Whisper's spirit deeper than just holding him in your hand or asking him to do things or speaking to him. You're able to sort of feel this deeper connection to his spirit.
I've been alone for so long. You've always been there for me.
And in your head, you feel this. It's not a voice. It's just a sensation of thoughts that aren't yours. And you hear in your head, You are never alone.
I'm gonna pull him out and put him in the middle of the circle.
And you see him look up at you. He's still got a bit of that cheesy bread in his little paws.
I definitely give him more at that point.
Greedily accepts it, and he looks up at you, and that sensation that you have, that strange thought, it isn't words, it isn't coming from his mouth. It's a thought that passes across your mind. It's, I want to help.
Can you understand him?
I think so. I think I can at least understand what he wants, which is more than I've ever been able to do before. He says he wants to help.
Well, he believes in you. He believes you've always had it in you.
I reach out and grab Fahima's hand. I don't know if I can do this without you.
You can. And I'll start to do the somatic movements of the spell.
I'll just mimic her as if it's a dance, and I'm like the mirror of whatever she's doing.
Yeah. It starts clumsy at first, but Fahima keeps repeating the movement, and you start getting it as you're moving in the rhythm of how her fingers are moving. And it seems almost simple at first, but you see there's a detail, a delicacy to it. And as you get into a flow, as the two of you sync up, and you become true mirror images to each other, you see Mr. Whispers in the center of that circle start to glow.
It's working.
Yes, what do I do next?
Try to do the incantation.
The words on the page?
Yes, and it's all right if it's not perfect. You can just keep doing it over and over again until you feel that it makes sense.
All right, I'll pick up the piece of paper and try to read it aloud as best as I possibly can while still doing the gestures.
At first, feels like heavy in your mouth, like marbles. You try again and again. And the third time, there's a power in your voice that connects through the flow of the gestures to the smell of the components burning, all of it connected as one flowing cycle.
At this
touching
point,
an energy that you've never touched before.
Meep also at this point kind of peeps out curiously because this is, I imagine, affecting her as well. Energetically.
Yeah.
I am at one point, once I have it down in my head, I'm gonna close my eyes and my accent will fade. My put-on voice. Umliavlim prezagladate reshintiosai. Umliavlim prezagladate reshintiosai. Umliavlim prezagladate reshintiosai. And I continue chanting like that.
You see Mr. Whisper in a thin beam of blue light emerges from the little mouse's temple and connects to yours. And there's a beam of light that Fahima can see, that you can see, and then you can't see, but you know it's still there. A connection, invisible, constant, pure. And you feel this sensation that you are able to choose.
Whoa.
Can you imagine?
Does he say at all what he wishes to be?
No, he's just staring at you.
Well, he's been a mouse for a very long period of time. I will look over at Meep and I will think about Castle Rum, and I will turn him into a crow.
And you see this mouse eating cheese looking at you start to change. Its face and snout extend and harden. Its eyes fall and expand and darken. Feathers pop from its forehead and pull back into plumage. His arms, the cheese drops, and his arms extend out and back. And wings emerge from his shoulders. Squat feet pop out, talons. And he is a crow. He
Wow.
pecks at the cheesy bread a little more.
His stomach is probably 4 times the size it was before.
Okay.
What do I do now?
Well, something that I like to do after I've just done a new spell is I like to test it. So I know that one thing that this spell should be able to do is you should be able to dismiss him into sort of a pocket dimension so that he's safe.
You mean like the item that the amulet gave me in our other bodies?
Yes, but be careful because you can also dismiss him permanently. But I don't think you'd have enough power to do that right now.
Oh, I don't want to do
Accidentally. So you can try at least the
that. Do you mind if I wait to do that and I can just talk to him tonight?
Oh, of course. Here's a different test we can do. I know that the telepathic bond only goes so far.
Right.
So maybe not tonight, like you said, but I would suggest seeing how far that goes. 100 feet is what I've heard, but this could be brand new.
Do you think he can speak to Meep, since they're both birds now?
I don't know. Meep? Meep? Can you?
Meep kind of waddles over and does one of these at Mr. Whispers, and Mr. Whispers does one of those, and there's a... Beep, beep. There seemed to be some sort of something happening.
Speaking a language that I can't understand.
Oh.
And Civ, you feel an intense sensation of exhaustion. It's not exhaustion like you've ever felt before. It's not the need to lie down. It's not the need.
It's not like after a bender?
Not like after a bender. Not like after a battle, even. It's like this sponge that's been wrung out of something that needs to be filled back up with water.
Is it normal to feel tired afterwards?
Yes. It takes an immense amount of energy.
Oh.
But the other thing that you can do with the knife, that shouldn't drain your energy nearly as much just because it's a cantrip. It's something you can do at will.
Yes,
This-
I thought it was a trick at first. And then when I hit something with it and it started to burn, I realized it wasn't just a trick.
Yes, the more powerful things that you learn, the more energy it will take. But you get stronger. You exercise your mind.
I don't think I can ever repay you for this.
It was all you. It wasn't me. Just a chicken scratch notes. You've had it in you all along. You've done it before. Whether you knew it or not.
You never give yourself credit.
Students need more credit than the teacher sometimes.
She tastes like honeysuckle, by the way.
Lily? Thank you. I love that.
I don't usually like to kiss and tell, but I thought you might like that.
Oh my gods! You kissed! Of course! That's how you know. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Wow.
And you see Fahima's hair out, sparkling, heating up. And in fact, the heat, you can feel it radiating off her hair, her skin. Even Meep is kind of excited.
Did you do anything else?
No, we can never find any time where it's just the two of us, and I didn't even know how she felt about me until recently.
Oh.
And I'm a little worried that we're not going to remember any of this once we get back to our other bodies.
I will work on a way.
You cannot.
Making sure that you can't forget.
You cannot say anything to Lily.
I won't. I never have. I promise.
Not a word.
Okay. Are you going to tell us? Ever? For real?
Perhaps.
I understand that the stranger's vet is a bit traumatic, though, so...
I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, and Lily has a equal say in all of this.
Yes. Oh, it's gonna be so hard to sleep in the same room as her tonight. Okay.
You can tell her about Mr. Whispers, since he's going to be a crow tomorrow anyways.
Is that going to be his name? Mr. Whispers?
Unless he wants me to call him something else.
Speaking of, did you hear his voice?
No, I just heard what he was thinking. He didn't say anything to me. Can he talk?
The voice that I heard when I spoke to him was very mature.
For a mouse?
For anyone. But very soothing. And, it's too bad you can't hear it. Actually, maybe it's not.
Perhaps you could understand him because you cast your spell, the one
Different
that...
spell.
Yes.
Oh,
I can
gods.
hear his thoughts, but it doesn't necessarily have a voice to it. And I
have
turn
to-
and I look back at Mr. Whispers, who's probably still talking back and forth with Meep.
Meep, meep.
No, he's just clicking and clacking. I don't quite understand what he's saying. But I'll try. I'll try to speak to him tonight.
Okay. This makes me think I do not want to cast the Speak with Animals spell on Meep. I'm a little bit afraid to find out what she sounds like.
All right, and Fahima...
It's the same voice.
Every familiar has the same voice.
They all sound like Barry White.
Now you know why every wizard has a familiar.
Yep.
Siv, you should
Yes.
keep these.
What?
The magical components you gave me. Because,
Oh, no, they're yours. They're a gift.
the gift for me was helping you do this. It really was, and you might need them.
All right, well, we can share them in case one of us needs it and the other one doesn't.
Okay. I don't know how I'm going to be able to sleep tonight, but I'll go back to my room.
I give you a very big hug before you leave.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank
As
you.
she slips out of the room and back down the hall past
I
the
whisper
snoring
down the
orc.
hall, tell Lily I said goodnight too.
Okay. I'll
Slip
sneak
back
into
in-
the
yeah.
room. Yeah, and I'll say, Lily?
As soon as Fahima enters the room, I shoot up and I go, very careful! Whoa! Be very careful! There is a crossbow under the bed and I don't know how to unarm it.
It's under the bed?
Yes!
Well, I don't know how to
I
unarm
never
it.
had to put a weapon down.
I've literally never held a weapon like that before.
Me either. Listen, I just want you to walk lightly because I don't know if it's gonna set it off.
Okay.
Fahima, you see the edge of the bed has 4 pillows stuffed in the side. Underneath, you know.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I couldn't live with myself if it shot you.
Yo, yeah, we just had the conversation about not hurting each other on accident.
Yeah.
So, just
I've
one
been trying
thing.
to. Oh, what?
Oh, go ahead. No, you go.
I
You
was
go.
trying to fall asleep, but I felt like I had to stay awake so I could Make sure you didn't die,
Oh, yes.
or at least get yourself shot in the foot.
Yeah. So, just one thing I want to share with you. Civ.
Mm-hmm.
He says goodnight.
Oh,
That's all.
that's it?
Just good night.
Why is your hair so much on fire?
Oh, I was
It's really on fire, Fahima.
I don't know. I'm just tired. Just tired.
Oh.
Nothing at all that I'm thinking about right now. Yeah. So good night. I love you.
Oh, I love you too.
We'll get Civ in here first thing in the morning to unarm that crossbow.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
And the two of you lay down on bare beds with no pillows. just laying on uncomfortably on no pillows. As the pillows are on the floor, stuffed under the bed. All right,
That's really
and to do tonight, or can we fast forward to the morning? All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lovely. So the two of you wake up, and your necks are maybe a little stiff, but the crossbow has not discharged in the night, which
Immediately
is
check on the crossbow.
you pull the pillow up.
Still
and
there.
Still there.
Maybe you should get Civ.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do it.
Okay, I'm gonna jump down very, very lightly and walk downstairs for breakfast.
Ziv,
Yes.
sorry, did I wake you up?
No, I was talking to Mr. Whispers.
And you see he's got a black crow perched on his shoulder.
Who's that?
That's Mr. Whispers. Now,
What?
it's a long story. Fahima and I were messing around with spells last night. She was teaching me some things.
That's why her hair was on fire.
Right.
She said she couldn't tell me something, or she didn't say that, but I knew that's what it was.
Sure. Yes, she taught me how to turn Mr. Whispers into what Meep is.
So you can kind of talk to him now?
Yes, I mean, I can hear his thoughts, and I think he can hear mine. We've been trying to communicate back and forth this morning, and it's been hit and miss.
Well, congratulations. New relationships can be tricky.
You see the crow turn, and it's got a lot of food in its mouth. And more bread.
I don't mean to alarm you, but that crossbow is still active, I think. And I don't know how to deactivate it so it's safe to
Right.
pick up.
Why don't I teach you a quick lesson on hand crossbows?
Okay, great. I put
Right.
a lot of pillows around it so it wouldn't shoot anyone in our sleep.
Good. All right. Well, and then Jeff, I essentially teach her the basics on like how to load
Yeah.
it, how to fire it, you know, the
Okay.
mechanism
Oh,
that makes
Meanwhile,
it work.
Fahima, you are down. You've kind of walked down, and there's a couple of other people that seem to have been staying here at the Salt Spray Cafe. And as you walk down into the lobby to order some breakfast, you kind of overhear talk of you catch the word Lighthouse, and there's some alarm and surprise. Clearly, it is on the tongue of a lot of people in town. It is the gossip of the morning. Meanwhile, Uggo and James, I'm sure you both are waking up at this time as well.
Yes.
I run upstairs and go into their room. Well, I knock first, but
Hello. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Morning. Yes.
I just went downstairs. I popped downstairs to get some breakfast, and
Oh, good.
they're
do they
already
have,
talking about the lighthouse, and I'm not very good at making stuff up. So I think we need to have a game plan.
Okay. Got
It's
it.
a lighthouse.
That's one game plan. It's fine. It's fine. We'll be casual and
What are they saying?
probably.
We need an alibi.
I'm not
Lily,
Yes.
I don't know. Lily and Siv are having a crossbow lesson in the other room.
Listen, as far as they know, we were on the Tardy Plunder the entire time, circling Boster, and came aboard that way, right?
yes. If the
yes.
pirates know how to just yes and us.
Maybe we should get back to the ship quicker than we
Yeah.
expected.
Yeah,
Let's,
I think that's a good idea.
Let's turn this into a walking breakfast, and yeah.
I imagine this crossbow lesson is like that scene from Ghost, by the way.
Whoa!
The Kevin Costner Robin Hood, where he like teaches Maid Marian to shoot a bow and arrow, you know,
Definitely.
or like any golf lesson with the
Yeah.
around the old
They're
hug
gonna
and
be a
teach.
while.
The old hug and teach.
Ah, yes.
Indeed.
I shout, Lily!
Oh, how long have we been here?
I don't know. Time seems to stop around you, I guess.
Quite a long time.
Right. We should probably go.
Yes.
Jessica's
Give
dead
it-
on the floor.
Do you think you understand enough for now, at least not to like shoot anyone on accident?
Well, it's a big step up just understanding that it doesn't shoot on its own.
Right. The trigger itself is not that sensitive, so as long as you don't accidentally squeeze your hand a lot, I think you'll be all right. And you can
Okay.
actually hook it on your belt like this, and I'm gonna show her how
Oh,
like the harness works.
Is
Yeah.
it like a little crossbow, so it's Lily sized?
It's a hand crossbow, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's still fairly large for her, but enough that she could put it on her belt and walk comfortably with it. And in this short span, I mean, Lily's a smart cookie. She picks up on how to load and unload the bolt, and it comes pretty quickly to you. But yeah, it's not something you've ever done before, but you pick
Right.
up on it pretty quick.
thank you.
Sure, and we can always do more lessons later.
Okay. Fahima's screaming my name.
Right. Sorry.
Lily!
No, it's okay. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Yes?
Sid,
Think
you
it's time-
too!
I think it's time to go, everyone.
Why? What's wrong?
Our alibi?
No reason at all.
There's people talking about the lighthouse. There's gossip happening already, so we need to go.
Oh, bad gossip?
Just any mention of it at all, I figure is not good for us. So
Well,
Probably not.
James, didn't you want to try to find out more about your patron?
Yes, but I don't know if we have many options here on the Isle of Rum. It's not a very learned place, and there's no temples or libraries around. So I'm not sure what our options are.
All right.
Do you,
maybe-
do you want me to
maybe we
tell a
get-
story so they understand what happened to him?
To the lighthouse?
I don't know.
Actually,
no.
That's not
Oh.
a terrible idea. Bards are incredibly good at spreading stories and rumors.
Okay, all right. Sure, we can tell them something.
If we want to buy a little more time, because we don't have to go back to the
Mhm.
ship quite yet, do we?
Mhm. Yes, right. It's no. Okay, it's structural. There's certainly that many plantings of bodies around the lighthouse would probably disrupt the earth quite greatly, and I'm sure do some
I don't think we need to
foundational damage. Okay,
James.
fine. Yes. I'm sorry, my mind's getting away with me.
No.
Yes.
I just want to say, as someone who's worked in the library, the
Mhm.
stories that stick with you aren't just the ones that are, fact-based, right? It's
Mhm.
it's like the tale,
Okay.
right?
I'll follow your lead.
Okay.
So we make our way downstairs, I
Yeah.
guess.
So as they're like getting set up for breakfast, I'll find like a little table to stand on.
Yeah, I love it.
I assume I can make a stage out of anything.
Indeed, and everyone perks up and starts looks at you, and a bard.
Hello, everyone.
Oh.
Good morning.
Good morning, bard.
Morning. My name's Lily. I should introduce myself first.
Morning, Lily.
Morning, stranger.
Try the
friend.
crumpets.
I will.
I'll pass you up a
Thanks for the
crumpet and some tea.
suggestion. Oh,
Anyway.
great. I'll get to this in a second. I've been hearing a lot of you talking about the lighthouse. And I
There's definitely a chattering of burning, broke, it fell down, all that kind of. There's only about a handful of people there, but yeah, there was some murmur.
But what's fascinating is not that it burnt down. But the fascinating tale is the tale of the man who lived within it.
Uh-huh.
So, she'll take out her flute.
Oh.
Oh, sit on down and I'll tell the tale of the Viscount Winger's Sticks. A man of glory he once was, but too much liquor he did sip. See, he ran a sort of graveyard bar, brewing liquor inside the dead, warning patrons that too many sips and you will lose your head. Yes, this nasty brew can help if you find madness in your way. But more than a pint of this strange grog in a sturdy body will decay. The Viscount was a boozy man, but I found him rather nice. But sadly he was a bit too proud, did not heed his own advice. So the madness grew inside his mind, and his body became ooze. Court of undead royals by his side. I guess you really are the friends you choose. So, Viscount, if you hear this song, I hope you're better now. For death seems far superior to your life in the lighthouse.
Nice.
Wow. Amazing.
Yes, that's exactly how it went.
I'm
That is
going to
exactly
get
how it went.
like a small cup or bowl or mug or whatever and set it in front of her, and then very intentionally a couple coins into it so that everybody sees.
And
me
everybody
doing it.
follows suit. There's a few silver, even a gold tossed in, and a lot of clapping, and then people, commenting. A lot of good entertainment at this place. They go back to eating.
Yeah. I think that should do it.
Yeah.
That's good. That was excellent.
Yes, very good.
I think
Right.
if we take the attention away from the whole destruction of the lighthouse and more on why.
Well, yes,
I
and we
just-
could.
I just want to be clear. I'm not going to turn into an ooze, am I?
If you drink too much of it,
Yeah.
But I had like a whole pint,
fine.
like a whole
You're
lot of
fine
it.
r-
that's
you're
why I
fine
said
right
one
now.
pint. 1 pint.
Okay.
Right. Yes, we told
Then
you.
you're
You
cut
should
off.
stop drinking it.
Literally,
sure?
life will cut you off, okay?
All right. All right. Grab your breakfast. Let's go. Come on. Let's get back to
Okay.
Whitebeard and let's get a move on.
Crumpets on the road.
Indeed.
There's a lot of love for Lily's song and everything that's happened so far. We got love from love for the Catman, Squishy Tofu, Guy Vox, TW, Dragon Rise, Shayberry, Ruglius Booglius, Galo
Yay.
Fett, Ant, Jedi, and others. Thank you for those well-deserved cast. Well done. And there's even a potato for Lily.
Oh,
Lily got a
my-
potato.
Oh my
In the bowl,
goodness.
in the little bowl, there's a few silver, a
Oh.
gold, and a potato.
And a potato. Yeah.
From Twinzen. Thank you, Twinzen.
Oh, look!
Is that form of currency here on board? Oh well,
We
fantastic.
could cook it on the
Great
ship.
base for a lot of meals.
Mhm, mhm.
True. Very
Very
good.
filling.
Bury in dirt and make a lot more of them.
Another good
If
idea.
we ever had a place to settle down.
All right.
All right, so the five of you leave the Salt Spray Cafe, and you make your way through the rest of Boster, heading west toward the dock, toward the port. And as you approach you're heading toward the ship, right, back to meet
Yes.
up with Whitebeard, and as
Yeah.
you're walking down the dock and getting closer and closer, you see Loudmouth spot you and come running towards you very excitedly. He said, I'm glad I found you before you got on board. See, there's a bit of news I think you should be aware of. See, before you see Whitebeard. Oh my God, it's not an easy thing for me to share, but luckily I'm an expert communicator, easily my top skill, along with motivating the men, inspiring confidence, building lasting friendships.
I'm sorry, Loudmouth, to cut you off. What's the news?
Yes.
Well, I think you all know that Whitebeard has a son, Mervis. That's a story for the ages. I should tell you that story sometimes. A story of love and romance on the high seas.
Another time.
A story of pirate treasure.
Loudmouth! Spit it out!
What about Mervis?
Well, young Mervis, only 10 years old, but already full of ideas. He says he wants to be the greatest pirate the world has ever known. He's a bit of a boaster, that Mervis. He says greater than
I'm
his
sure
father,
he'll grow
even.
out of that.
But even as a lad, he's got a good relationship with the men. He tells them if he was in charge, he'd never whip them as his father does. It tells them that he'll be captain someday. Brags that if he had a ship, things would be different, better. Well, it seems young Mervis saw himself an opportunity. Seems he, at 10 years old, persuaded a group of pirates to leave. Right under Whitebeard's nose. They stole the new ship, the Tardy Plunder, sailed it right out of here in the dead of night, escaped to parts unknown. Half the crew just gone. Whitebeard is he's in a mood, not happy. I've rarely seen him like this. Well, there was this one time when he dropped a bunch of gold into the murky depths, and then there was that other time I put too much salt on his fillet of fish.
I'm sorry, Loudmouth. What? They're gone. To be clear.
Well, the Tardy Plunder's gone.
Yes.
And half the crew, see. He actually even asked me to join up too. Offered me a place on his ship. Told me life would be different.
Is anyone else
boy
gone?
talking to me like that, but I,
Loudmouth, what about the prisoners?
Oh, the prisoners were transferred to Whitebeard's itch. He didn't steal the prisoners.
Okay.
But he stole the ship and half the men. He told me I could come. He asked me. I'm loyal to Whitebeard. It'd take quite a big thing to make me turn on Whitebeard. He's been very good to me so far.
Are you sure you don't want to go? I mean, they're gone now, but has Whitebeard been very good to you?
Of course he's been. I'm his number one guy. See, I'm the one who helps with all the men and leads them and tells them what to do and makes sure the morale is high. I'm an excellent communicator, as I indicate.
Is Whitebeard going to go after his boy, or is he going to go to Bingle with the prisoners? Did he say?
He seems to be in quite a state right now. I haven't really determined what his next course of action is, but I was wondering, did he ask any of you, young Mervis, to join up with him?
No.
Chance?
We need to get back to the ship so that Whitebeard doesn't leave without us.
Brings me to my next bit of see, Whitebeard, he doesn't want any more surprises. He didn't like that his own son stole his ship right from under his nose. It doesn't look good, especially here in Boston. Boston is a place that reputation goes a long
Loudmouth and what?
Well, he asked me to go have another audience with the hag, so we could find out what else might be waiting for him. No more surprises, But I'm a little uncomfortable going to that place. Every time I'm there, she says the same thing to me. Says
We'll go.
I'll die at sea and won't even be able to cry out for help. Says I'll just sink under the waves without a single person trying to save me. It's not the kind of thing you like hearing over and over.
Why don't I suggest this, Loudmouth? And I look at everyone. I don't think we need the hag. I don't think we need to ask the hag in order to know that possibly going straight to Bingle and getting the gold and getting this Choron's treasure is really where we should be focused, and that'll make Whitebeard the happiest.
Well, I just think
and
he
I
really
think-
wants to know from the hag, so maybe.
And
if we
I
could go-
suggest you tell Whitebeard that's exactly what the hag told you. And I cast suggestion.
Yeah.
All right. And he
I
has
don't
to
feel
roll
great
wisdom
about it.
save?
I don't feel great about it.
I
Wisdom save,
do.
15.
All right. I have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Scully as my homegirl. 18.
No!
18.
He's aware of the suggestion.
Are you sure?
Well,
Yeah.
If he passes, yep.
Are you trying to meddle in my mind? You know, I've been around mages before, and I don't quite like it.
Loudmouth, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's been a long day. We've had a lot of things going on, so excuse us if we come off
Very sorry.
Brass or in a hurry. We're just
Well,
trying
honestly,
to figure
we're
out
honest-
the best thing what to do, you know?
We're honestly trying to do it for your best interest, because we honestly caught word around town that something went wrong with the people caring for the hag.
Oh, is that so? There's something went wrong. Wait, I want you to roll deception, James, and I want Lily, you to roll a persuasion. You have advantage from False Star, countered by Cosmic Lord 09, James. Lily, you have advantage from Silent D, countered by Grim Fated.
Okay.
Jeez. 10 total.
Lily?
It's coming. Sorry. Why is this?
Not great. Come on.
Yeah, but her persuasion is through the roof.
Yeah.
It is.
23.
Listen, I know you've been nothing but loyal and very, very helpful to Whitebeard, especially you. And he looks at Lily, and you, and he looks at Ugo, and I just don't believe you. And
Okay, let me ask
I'm asking you
this.
for a favor. If you would just go to the hag, I'll give you gold.
Right.
You'll go
It's
and
all
you'll
right.
talk to her.
If we
It's
go
all
to the
right.
hag,
We'll go. We'll go.
Yes.
It's fine. It's fine. Thank you, my friend.
You don't think you needed to do all the magic in me head. I've been quite one of your biggest proponents to Whitebeard. You know, we've been friendly this whole time, and I feel like we've maintained a.
Loudmouth, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's not personal, I promise. We're running on low sleep, and sometimes, as you know, in stressful situations on low sleep, we don't always make the best decisions. Right? You've been there.
Of course, there was a time when I only got a couple of hours of sleep. There's one time I didn't sleep at all through the night.
And did you make the best decisions the next day?
Well, the decisions, you know, are give and take. I'll give you a few examples. You know, there was a
Just
time
one.
when. What?
Just one would be great. One example.
What's
More
hard to narrow 'em down?
powerful. It's more powerful if you really hone in on the best example versus spreading it out amongst a bunch, you know?
Oh, of course, I know that better than anybody. I've been one of the people who's expressed oftentimes, you know, the soul of wit is brevity, as I've always said. You know, I don't like wordy people. No, they rub me the wrong way. See?
Yes.
And I was wondering, perhaps maybe you would make sure that you record everything word for word that the hag says, because she can be a little wordy too, you know, and a bit hard to decipher. So make sure each word is precise exactly as she says it, because I'm trusting you lot to, go there and do all the things that are, frankly, are beneath my station as the first mate of the ship and Whitebeard's trusted.
Mouth, let me ask you this. We're gonna do this for you, and I'm sorry that we offended you anyway. Is there anything else we can get for you?
Well, now that you mention it, and I'm so glad you have, because you always seem to me like the smartest one of this group. No offense to the rest of you, but you have always just struck me as one who really I could trust and really understands the brevity, or excuse me, the gravity of the situation.
Either word, but remember, time is of an essence, or else Whitebeard's gonna have us all killed.
Oh, good point. You know, he could come out here any time. You know, I've
So
seen
what
him
do you
wake
want?
early.
Because
I've
we
seen
got
him
to
wake-
go. Let's start
right.
moving, folks.
Well,
Yes.
We are. How should I say this? Down a few men. So, if there are any cutthroats or buccaneers or folks that would perhaps look for some work on a,
I can find some people if that's what you
that
want.
would be delightful. It's what I'm headed out to do right now myself. But if you could pick up one or two, or I don't know, however many you can find would be quite helpful for our. I'm a little nervous about what Whitebeard might do, especially if we're not able to set sail right away.
We're on
Sure.
it. Civ is the best man for this job.
Well, of course, I trust all 5 of you. If I had a few more, I might trust those 2, a few less, and in the same situation. I'm known as a trustworthy.
We're slowly going to start backing away.
Thank you, Loudmouth. Thank you.
Oh, be sure when you talk to the hag that they'll know that I'm coming. Just drop my name, Loudmouth. But of course, if that doesn't work, tell them Whitebeard, because
We'll
sometimes
let
they
them
don't remember me.
know.
Yep, we'll totally let them know.
All right, we can't let them know you all because the hag is gone and tried to kill me.
Yes.
Right.
Oh boy. Right.
I can find crew though. I
Great,
know
great
just where to
distraction.
go.
Somebody from the someone from the fighting pits, maybe.
Exactly.
Oh, excellent. Good idea.
Yes.
Um,
I just hope they know how to sail.
Does anyone
we-
remember what the hag said last time?
a lot.
James, didn't you
I
try to remember? all
Well,
that?
I took
Before
some
we
notes
forget-
as best I could.
Before we forget, James, write down what Whitebeard just said that the hag always says about him, because we should definitely reiterate that she says that again.
Right.
For continuity.
Yes. Okay. Sure. Continuity. Right. Something, and some of it could be like nonsense dealing with like some of us.
Well, we could just say the truth dealing with some of us, and it's unbelievable, quite frankly.
Should
Honestly,
you write it?
yes. What?
Shouldn't Civ write it?
Right.
Me?
What?
Yeah, the hag sounds like when Civ does poetry.
Oh,
Sort of. I mean, if we need to do word for word, maybe, but yes.
that's a good idea.
Okay, sure.
So
Civ
I'm
can
confused.
make it sound.
Am I going to recruit people, or am I writing cryptic hag stuff?
Yes.
Well, perhaps we'll come up with what the hag says, and then you can put
Yes.
it into
Yes.
your better way of words.
All right.
Right.
Can you
So-
do that?
I can.
Insight check.
I can. I
Just
just
really
need
quickly off the cuff.
time. Oh yes, improvised poetry. Sure. And
Well,
I'll-
wait, you
fine.
always start your poems to me. This is a poem by Civ read this in prose. You know?
yes.
So just start with that and then insert it all in.
Yada yada
Except don't
yada.
put
The
Civ
end.
read this
Blah blah blah. Prose, 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 prose.
Sea hag.
Yes. It's
Love-
just that.
love
It's
the
just
sea
that
hag.
simple. Yeah. All right.
Got
Sure.
it.
No problem.
Okay,
All right. So
okay.
what are we doing?
I
Civ,
guess.
Civ, you go.
I'm- Yeah, I guess
We'll
I'm
work on
going to
this.
the fighting pits. I don't know if
Help.
anybody wants to come with me.
I have a crossbow now, so I'm very useful.
I'll stay here or I'll kind of make our way away from the dock, so it's not like we're coming up like we're going to the hag. But I mean, we don't want or need to.
Question
go back
for you, Jeff. When the hag was released, I know she got invisibility cast on her and what have you.
Yes.
Was there ever any rumors or stories? Did we hear anybody mention the hag at all, or did she just disappear?
You haven't heard anything about the hag. Yeah, you left pretty much the next morning to
Okay.
The Castle Rum, and we're there, more than a day.
Right.
And it's been another day.
Right.
But you
as
haven't
far as
heard.
as far as the whispers that have been spreading around and the rumors, I know everyone's talking about the lighthouse. Does anybody
Yes.
mention anything about a hag?
I mean, you've only been inside the Salt Spray Cafe.
Right.
There was no one talking about that there. What Fahim overheard was the lighthouse itself. And
Okay.
I mean, of course, the hag was an underground kind of secret organization anyway.
Right.
It was a kind of a thing that it wasn't advertised. So, big difference between a giant lighthouse collapsing on the edge of town
Sure.
Right.
and, secret, illegal event happening that where people were murdered.
Should we tell? I'm looking at Fahima and Ugo. Should we tell Whitebeard that the hag said not to cut out Loudmouth's tongue?
I don't know why we just don't tell him the truth.
What
The
truth?
hag got away.
Well, the truth would also involve telling them that we set her free.
Well,
And it may also act in our favor to
the
kind
truth
of-
is the hag got away.
The truth is the hag got away, but what if we told him, hey, yeah, no, the hag told you, don't go after your son. We need to go to Bingle and make sure Choran, Chomel, and Baljai are protected. It can help
Maybe
us.
don't use the word protected.
Right.
I don't know. It
Um,
seems easier. We get ourselves into less trouble if we say, hag got away. Hey, we should probably go to Bingle.
Okay.
He does have a point. Whitebeard is not necessarily the most complicated man. If we write
So-
some big, vague, long poem, he might decide, any number of things off of that.
It's a good point.
That's true.
Okay. Do you still have the crow on your shoulder?
Yeah.
Okay. All of a sudden, Ugo goes, "What is that?" Get that out of here!
No,
For the
no,
last 20 minutes.
no, that's my friend. It's,
I'll go.
What?
That's
It's a crow! The Lord of Crows is around!
No.
this is Mr. Whispers.
Oh,
I'm confused.
That's
no.
The
Mr.
mouse.
Whispers.
Yes, he.
I have a
Fahima-
maul. It's not randomly a giant sword.
No, Fahima and I, we were messing around with magic last
Oh.
night, and yes,
Ah,
Sorry,
and-
James.
and Mr. Whispers
no apologies.
Feels
turned
like I'm cheating
into
on
a
you.
crow.
Wait,
Not at all.
I'm going to skip over that one. Well, I don't know how I feel about that. The mouse is pretty cute. But,
Well, he might turn back into a mouse at some point.
What?
Mr. Whispers, it's good to see you finally.
Huh. Amazing.
Does Mr. Whisper feel more at home in this body?
I don't know.
You can ask him.
I
I
can.
can?
Well, I can
Civ can.
hear his thoughts. In my head, I'm gonna think out loud to Mr. Whispers. Do you prefer to be a crow, or would you like to go back to being a rodent of some kind?
And in your head, immediately you get this sensation, this thought flash across your consciousness of, this is all new. I'm kind of enjoying the newness.
He says he likes the newness of all of it.
Wow, the newness. I love the phrase.
Also, I just had an idea.
What?
Can you send a hag?
Oh, you mean like James's spell?
You could just ask her then, and then if you want to keep up this complicated web of lies, then you could just actually ask her.
I'd rather not.
At least that would be true.
Yes, but if we wanted real information from her, you could do that.
Okay.
I think the best thing is not lie and tell him the hag escaped
Mhm.
and we should go to Bingle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would only agree with Ugo if we can actually find more crew for him.
We should
If we-
go. Yes.
If we can
yeah.
give him some sort of a gift, I think he'd be much more willing to listen to our tale.
So should we all focus on finding crew?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a great idea.
Where should we go for that, Siv?
The fighting pits.
Oh, I've never been.
I don't know if you'll like it.
Not very fun.
We should not hire the halfling I beat into unconsciousness
Oh,
Yes,
because I told Whitebeard that she was dead.
right.
That was a lie, but it was in defense of her life. So
Yes.
Got
And-
it.
I guess we don't have any money to tempt them with, but we could say, the prestige of working for Whitebeard they might be able to assume that they'll be paid.
Well, all we have to
Decently.
do is tell them that we're on to a big score, which is true,
mhm.
and that they would get a cut of that, which is
Mhm.
true.
Hmm. Okay.
And Whitebeard does pay well for the people that survive.
Yes, which is why he can whip them and they still remain loyal.
I'm really trying to get him to change that practice.
I actually think the reason why his son was so, productive in stealing the ship and the crew is because he probably promised them not to whip.
Yes.
I hope so.
Well, that might anger Whitebeard, Lily, if you continue along that path.
Well, sometimes people deserve to be angry if they're going to be mean.
Let me teach you more about that crossbow.
Okay.
Let's go to the fighting pits then.
Yeah.
All right, so Civ leads the way and recalls exactly as he's able to navigate the back alleys of all these kinds of places easily and has been there before. You're back to this nondescript, strange back alley where there is this front entrance, and you open the door, and again you see the person sitting at a table, a couple of bouncers. It is a familiar sight, this path that leads down into the underground area. And as you open the door, a few tough-looking, large bouncer types check you out, and a halfling sitting at a table looks you up and down. This is the halfling that Whitebeard gave money to when you walked in the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And you see him, and he goes, "Where's Whitebeard?"
Well, he's busy, so he sent us.
All right, 5 gold for all of you. Entrance fee.
Why don't you give us the Whitebeard discount?
That is the Whitebeard discount.
I look back at Uggo.
What?
I nod towards the halfling.
Here's 5 gold.
Don't champions get free admittance? This one's a champion.
Oh, the orc.
Nah. Hi.
You knocked out Elry Chinbreaker.
Yeah.
And we are his
broke her
handlers.
chin. Here's
Yeah,
your
we
5
are his
gold.
handlers, and I shoot my crossbow in there.
Oh! Okay. All right.
Thong right in the ceiling. You see the halfling and all 3 of the bouncers all look up simultaneously at the bolt in the ceiling and
She
look
didn't
back at
actually
you.
mean to do that.
I did.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
And the halfling looks at Uggo, looks at Lily, looks at the bouncers, and goes. And they step aside and open the curtain that leads to the downward section.
Is
And
this a
Uggo
good
goes,
idea?
Here's your 5 gold.
Is this a good idea, Civ?
And you drop it you drop it on a plate that's sitting on the table.
Is this a good idea? I don't know.
Look, the only people we're going to find on this island that are crazy enough to join Whitebeard's crew, at the drop of a hat, are going to be the people that come to this.
Okay.
I feel like we could just leave a sign somewhere, don't you think?
If they can read.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so you walk
Start-
down this familiar, for the 3
Yeah.
of you at least, this familiar long tunnel dug into the dirt. It gets a little more damp on the walls as you kind of get closer to what is an underground fighting pit dug into the base beneath a dock. It's literally mud. You walk out into an observation deck, but down low is mud. And as the first time you were there, walking through the tunnel, you hear louder and louder commotion, and the fights are going. Even though it's relatively early in the day, it seems the mud pits are never silent. And there are 2 creatures fighting. You kind of can't quite see down into the pit as people are shouting and cheering, and it's a familiar scene. It is unchanged from the last time you were here. Business as usual.
All right, so there's a tactic that they use in All Swatch where 2 people whisper and 3 people recruit. So who wants to be the whisperers and who recruits?
Uh,
Well, the
What's that?
whisperers go around and spread the rumors of Whitebeard scoring a big treasure, and the recruits go around trying to convince people to join Whitebeard's crew.
I'll whisper, I guess.
I think I
can
should.
whisper
I think I
loudly.
should whisper too, because I don't
Oh.
think I should.
I guess
talk to
I'll
people.
recruit.
Two whisperers, 3 recruits. There's
Oh.
always more recruits than whisperers.
Right.
Can you just assign me a role? So it's,
Fahima, you want to recruit with me?
yes. All right.
All right, so you 2 can whisper, James and Ugo, and the 3 of us
Okay.
can recruit.
Great.
Can I just be
All
the
right,
muscle?
Yeah.
Of course.
It really helps
go.
if you have a crossbow. I find it very intimidating.
Whoa!
Sorry. Oh gosh, sorry. Put it back on my belt.
Point it down. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You can literally explode things with
You
your
don't-
hands.
You don't have to keep it loaded all the time.
I
You
don't know
can
how
leave-
else to keep it. You didn't cover that.
You
in the
just
lesson.
take the string out and take the arrow away.
Right.
Oh right. Okay.
I'll go. Come with me. And,
I'm just so slow at loading it. I just like to have.
I'll go
So-
and I will. Yeah,
so
I'll
let's
lead
give-
him closer. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's give them some time to work, and then the 3 of us can go around and try to sweep up.
Okay.
So Ugo and James are going to attempt what now? Deception to kind of
Yeah.
see the idea.
I'll go over and as we're sort of standing amongst, I'll put us, like around a few people, and I'll say, "Hey, did you see that tabaxi that just walked in?" I'll go.
Yeah, I totally did.
Yeah, he's one of Whitebeard's men.
What, really?
Yeah,
And
did you hear?
you see the person you're standing behind kind of turn and look at you and look back at the fight and keep kind of shouting and pointing and waving a
And
ticket.
I'll do a, yeah, go, hit him
You know what I heard?
What's that?
I heard that Whitebeard found a new big score and he needs people.
A new big score, you say?
Yeah, I figured I would sign up and be like, hey man, I'll do it.
I mean, I wish that I knew anything about boats at all. Otherwise, I might sign up.
And again,
Yeah,
the person
well, you
looks
could
back
sign
at you.
up and learn about boats when you sign up.
Oh, wow, that sounds excellent.
Yeah, it does.
Well, we should go talk to that
And
tabaxi
Jeff, when he
first.
turns back, I'm looking at him while we're talking about it.
he looks at you and he's like,
We should talk to that tabaxi first, because otherwise, the spots might be filled.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
wouldn't want to lose our chance to be on the crew.
Nope.
roll me some deceptions.
Yes.
James, you have advantage from Bow Busy, countered by Grim Faded. Ugo, you have advantage from Newbie New 7, countered by Grim Faded.
Forget Geico. That's all I have to say. Forget Geico. That is the commercial of the year right there.
Thank you. 22.
What was it?
22.
22. Ugo?
Did you say I have just regular roll, straight roll?
Yeah, straight roll.
11.
All right. So you definitely see the person that you were standing behind after all that kind of shuffle off and get into a new position, but you spy that fella turn and kind of say something to the person next to him, and that person turning back, and then the first person like pointing back at you guys, and then that second person looking back at you guys and turning to the person to his right and going, "Did you see that?" And it seems like this little bit of knowledge is kind of percolating through the room. And as you're finishing that, Ugo, you're standing there with James kind of watching it and admiring it, and you feel a tap, tap, tap on the back of your calf.
Oh.
I'll look behind me.
And you see Elry standing there, a big bruise on her eye, arms bruised, the second arm in a splint, hair pulled back, muscular body, still compact, standing there looking up at you. And she goes, "Are you back for your rematch?"
Ugo looks around.
Hello?
Do you have a death wish?
Why else
You're
would I be
pretty
in here?
beat up.
Why
You
else
haven't
would I
even
be in
recovered.
here?
Can I help you? Can I make you feel better?
You
I'm
scared
here
my-
to recruit people. I mean, talk about a thing.
Do you know anything about being on a ship?
Not someone who you can recruit.
Oh.
Of course
hello.
I do.
Oh.
Not a good idea, James.
We're recruiting for Whitebeard's crew, but we're afraid that you can't come with us because
Whitebeard's crew.
Yes.
What's the mission?
Well, I think I need to be up front right now. And so I told Whitebeard that I killed you because he wanted me to. And I didn't do that because I didn't want to kill you. So I don't feel like maybe you can be part of the crew.
Do you know anyone else?
And I give her a big orc smile.
This is
So-
the most awkward "it's not me, it's you" conversation ever. Or it's not
So
you, it's me. It's not you, it's me.
You,
That's
it's
what
me.
it is.
It's
Yeah.
you.
So what
Me,
you're
it's
saying
you.
is, if you had killed me, I would be welcome.
Right.
Yes, but you would also be dead.
Yes.
He did it
So you
for your
didn't come
be-
back in here to start another fight with me.
No.
Ugo laughs out loud. No.
Ugo.
What? She can barely stand on her own.
Someday
If I-
I will defeat you.
I believe that. Today is not that day.
Today is not that day. I'm
Correct.
still very injured from our last battle.
Can I give you a hug?
Not in here.
Where should I give you said hug?
If our paths meet again, you may hug me, and then I will defeat you in battle.
That sounds like a great idea.
And he puts his hand out.
And walks away.
Oh, wait. What? I was gonna heal her.
Huh. Who was that? She was the one you fought. It sounded like she gave you quite a run for your money.
She did. There was a. Did you know that fists could be hammers?
No. Well, no.
Her
Interesting.
fists, they are hammers.
That's a pity.
It's awesome.
Hmm.
Not plus, really. if I'm
She seems a
honest.
very honorable type. It's a pity she can't come with us.
Well, I told Whitebeard that she died. I wanted her to come, but it
No, you did it. You did it for the best. It's all right. No, you saved her.
don't like lying.
So forgot she couldn't come. That's okay. Meanwhile, Civ and Fahima and Lily are team 2.
Yeah.
Recruiting.
Exactly.
Do we see them whispering to people? From where we are?
Yeah, you're definitely. I mean, it's part of the whole thing that you guys separated, and you're waiting until you see the signal, and you know, this is like that scene in Ocean's 11, right, where you're watching across the casino, and you see the message relayed by James and Ugo, and then you see somebody leave their conversation circle and then whisper to somebody else who looks back at James and Ugo, and you see that little seed grow through the crowd and people looking back and whispering and talking to each
We
other.
see the halfling leave.
I mean, if you're still looking at Ugo, he is large and she is small, but you could probably see that happen. Yeah.
I mean, we see that person have the interaction with them and then leave.
Yeah. I mean,
She's
I
one of
think
the
Fahima would and maybe Civ as well would certainly recognize her as the person that Ugo battled inside the mud pit a couple days ago, 3 days ago.
Is that one we should get?
That would be a very good find, but unfortunately, Ugo promised Whitebeard that he killed her.
What if she had a twin sister?
I thought of that myself. I don't know how gullible Whitebeard is, but he is quite angry, so maybe if we use that
These are
against him-
real.
Well-
I'm not saying they're not, but she's also injured. So if there's some way that we can like change her appearance so she doesn't
I
look
could change that.
You can.
Yes.
Oh, well then go ahead. Recruit her.
Oh, is that okay?
Yes, as long as you can disguise her so she doesn't look exactly the way she did when Ugo
I
fought
feel
her.
like Whitebeard's crew could benefit from a few more women. That's all.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. I'll go talk to her. Fahima, you want to come?
Yes, I would like to observe.
You look so scared.
No, yep. Mm-hmm.
Civ, do you want to come too?
No, I'm going to go grease the palm of the person taking bets so I can figure out who's worth getting and who's not.
Okay. I'll go find that halfling woman.
All right, so you see her moving away from Ugo and James' position and kind of heading toward an upper area where people aren't quite as crowded and cheering for the pit, and she sits down at a table, picks up a drink that must have been hers, must have been where she was sitting before she got up and poked Uggo in the back of the calf and starts downing this grog and slamming it to the ground and kind of sitting angrily, this big puffy eye and her arm in a sling, and she looks pretty beat up.
Ugh, it's been a day, right?
And who are you?
I'm Lily. This Fahima. I mean Fahuli. I'm Louie.
Louie and Fahuli.
Louie and Fahuli. Nice to meet you. I'm Ellie Chinbreaker.
What's your
Ellie
name?
Chinbreaker. Yeah, I'm kind of known around these parts, and you ever heard of me?
I'm new to these parts. And let me tell you, it's rough being new.
Yeah, well, it was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. We're heading out soon on a Whitebeard ship. Just trying to take a moment.
Are you on the Whitebeard ship too, eh? All right.
Yeah, both of us.
Well, good
Treasure.
luck to you.
Treasure.
So much treasure. That's why Fahuli's sought after by many ships. That's Whitebeard's best payout. Stressful, but best payout.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's too bad,
What?
Sounds like my kind of gig, but I have a history there.
What do you mean you have a history there?
It's a long story. Ask your orc friend.
You know him, Uggo? Ogo?
Yeah, my face knows him. My arm knows him.
Well, go ahead, Fahima.
I saw you fight Ugo, and you were really good. And I think Whitebeard could use someone like you. And there's an opening.
Listen,
Do you like money?
Let me just say this real quick. Fahuli doesn't deal out compliments very much, so take that to heart.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I already found out that I can't be on this ship unless I'm dead.
Not. Unless you're what?
Unless I'm dead. It was
Let
very
me-
clear.
Let me ask you a question. Does Whitebeard know what you look like?
Yes, he saw me fight your friend, and everybody stood up and cheered when I was defeated.
Okay, let
And
me ask.
he stood up and accepted all the glory. You were here. You told
Well,
me
we-
you were here.
We
let
can
me ask
change
you
that.
Another question. Does Whitebeard know your entire family lineage?
I don't know that.
It's the
Okay.
best plan.
So, what if it's you who comes on the ship, but it's not you?
Your
Are
cousin.
you following?
You are a couple of weirdos, aren't you?
Also, thank you.
We just recognize strength when we see it.
That she says it better than me.
I feel like I made you guys do this because I said that was in my head, and I don't. I think that Uggo made a very solid point about.
She should come. She should come.
I'm trying. We'll leave it up to the dice. Roll me
And
a
I want her to
persuasion check.
come.
Roll me a persuasion check, each of you.
Okay.
Fahima, you have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima, countered by Grim Faded.
Oh,
You have
gosh.
advantage from Silent D, countered by Grim Faded.
Don't screw this up, Fahima.
Meanwhile, Jeff, I'm going to go to whoever takes bets, and I'm going to
Yeah.
grease their palm and say, I want 5 names of people that know how to sail, how to fight, and are willing to work dirty for Whitebeard.
All right, and very, very swarthy fella at the front who you saw taking bets the first time you were in here looks at you, looks you up and down, puts his hand out, accepts the gold, stuffs it in his pocket, and points at a few people in the room.
All right. I'm going to make my way over to them.
Would you
Alright.
get Fahima?
Performance?
Persuasion.
No,
Oh.
persuasion.
Persuasion. I think it's the same. 13.
I only got a 15, which is low for me.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your efforts. I don't want to die on a ship. I want to die in the pits.
Well, point us towards others.
Are there any other strong women in here?
Sure, there's lots of strong women in Boston.
Well, there's not a lot of strong women on Whitebeard's ship, which is honestly why we came over here.
Wow. You two look pretty strong.
Thanks.
I'm sure you got enough strength to go around.
Well, could you point us out to another woman who might want a job?
And
Maybe someone you don't like so much. Whitebeard's not the best boss.
Now the truth comes out.
I like that.
she nods over at a woman who's standing cheering at the crowd, throwing. She always bets against me. Lost a lot of gold that way, but yeah, I'd like to see you get whipped by Whitebeard.
Well, your wish might come true. Let me just say this. I know you're not going to come with us now, and we can respect that, right, Bahuli?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But, you seem like a really good person, and I hope we see you again sometime.
I hope I never see you again.
Also, come here. Come here.
Yeah.
Come a little closer.
Yeah.
Just, and I'll just cure wounds on her face.
You see the big bruise and black eye soften and fade away, and she goes, all right, maybe I hope I see you again.
You don't have to change your opinion, but Louis is leaving the building.
Louis out.
Louis out.
Fahuli make their way through the rest of the crowd. If you've got a few characters that you've now spied as potential.
We'll try and grab that woman who bets against her.
Yeah. So all of you guys, just roll me persuasion checks. Lily, you have advantage from Silent D, countered by Grim Fated. Civ, you have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Grim Fated. And Fahima, you have advantage from an Old Brownie, countered by Cosmic Lord 09.
Lily,
Yes?
did you give me some of that bardic luck?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I give you a nice slap on the back.
Whoa!
Sorry, I'm trying to still fit in with the environment.
No, yo. Good.
So you get bardic inspiration.
And I need it.
I rolled a nat 20 now, so I got a 30.
Oh.
Ah.
30.
Dang.
All right, so you definitely persuade that woman who is cheering, and you don't make any mention of how you found her name, but she sounds intrigued by the idea of joining up on a ship. What did you get, Civ?
13.
13. Oh, so you
Yeah.
get one more. So you guys have 2 total people that agreed to show up at Whitebeard's at Whitebeard's ship, at Whitebeard's Itch in the port. So you've acquired 2 people.
What did you get, Fahima?
I got a 14.
The 30, as you guys are a pair, and you didn't even need you could roll the 1 and we would have been fine. All right. So you got 2 to agree, and you kind of feel like you've expended your energy
Yeah.
in here.
Mhm.
Well, I'm assuming we reconvene.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I've got one, and I think if I
We've got one.
Right.
Yep, we got one.
so I mean, for one day's work, it's not terrible.
Pretty good.
Yes, I
Okay.
wish we could get more, but I don't know where else to go in such short time.
I mean, we could try the Krusty Station.
Do they have a
don't-
prison here?
Oh.
That's a good question. We could pay someone's bail, although I'm kind of tapped out at this point.
Yes.
You could pick a lock.
You mean
that's
we could break someone out of jail to come and work for
No,
Whitebeard?
that's a whole lot of trouble. I don't. Oh boy, I don't know.
I like
about
the
that.
idea of putting up a few signs, just in case someone can actually read. So
That's a good idea. Yes.
why don't I whip those up? We can put those up, and if
Great.
Whitebeard's willing to wait until tomorrow morning to leave with the tide,
Great.
perhaps we can get 1 or 2 more.
Great.
Okay.
And I will work on trying to come up with something that sounds like it was said by the hag by comparing it to my notes of the rest of the things she said.
We don't want to
So-
say that the hag escaped.
Oh, right. No, we want to tell the truth, don't we? Yes. Okay, fine. We can tell the truth.
I feel like That should be like the
Fine.
base thing that we do.
The base. You're right, Uggo.
Sometimes the truth,
You know,
can make things worse.
When you can.
And maybe I can cast Sending to the Hag in front of Whitebeard and then get his answer that way. That should make him very happy.
True. Very true.
That's a good
Okay.
one.
All right.
Does he know you can cast sending?
No.
Well, he'll find out now.
Mhm.
I just worry about him abusing that once he finds out.
Well,
be careful.
it's only people that I know, so, but yes, yeah.
Okay, so the plan is make some signs, take these friends back to the boat.
Right.
Yes, and tell him that we can remotely talk to the hag. Okay.
All right. So you make your way out of the mud pit, back up through the tunnel, back past the entrance with the bouncers and the coin taker, back out into the streets, and you start moving your way back through the city, heading toward back toward the western edge of the city. And as you go, you spot a place that you hadn't noticed before as you were walking. A place that sparks interest. It looks potentially like maybe a lead on something, looking for people, looking for swarthy folks. You see a sign on a building with an anchor and a heart painted on it. And as you are walking by, you kind of look through an open door. And most of the buildings you've seen on the Isle, especially in this part of town, have those high ceilings, pitched like boathouses. And this one is a much lower ceiling. And as you look through the open door, you see that the windows are covered by thick colored curtains, casting the room in a dim, warm light. Lamps around the room contribute to this feel. Gentle orange illumination, giving it a calm feeling. And along the walls, as you're walking by and you look into this room, along the walls, you see parchment on display. Tons of it. Parchment with all manner of different bits of artwork, designs and shapes, imagery, much of it monochrome, of all sorts of things, sea creatures and ships, abstract patterns, religious symbols and bits of text, all of these pinned to the walls all around the place, floor to ceiling, pages and pages and pages of these designs. And it becomes clear that you're peering into a tattoo parlor. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Yes! 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 Magical tattoos!
Oh no.
That was a wild and wacky episode, and I absolutely loved it.
We're getting tattoos! Woo!
Oh no.
All right.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh, I'm so
it's a good thing we saved
excited.
all that money for our tattoos.
I know.
Could go wrong.
Lily's just gonna sing a song and get us all free tattoos.
So,
I like
we
that.
have some love from folks that I want to acknowledge. Persephone, Navy Bruin 02, Crapton Crunch, Alex Nelson, Vosh Voyager, Squishy Tofu, Shin 1990, Lazy Pixie, Lily Dumblestuck Fan, and others. We also got potatoes! Full-on potato action! Potatoes from Scully is my homegirl who, quote, has been drinking. Thank you, Scully is my homegirl. Please don't potato and, choose potato responsibly is what I mean to say.
I'm drinking potato.
Yes, thank you. We are so grateful for the potato, so grateful for the love, so grateful that you are here with us, watching, enjoying our
Shenanigans.
We'll be back next week. Until then, humankind, be bold.
To all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humble thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. I'm liking this tune a lot. It's kind of like a space vibe, but with a little juxtaposition thrown in. And be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific. Right here. Holy macaroni! Twinson dropping the potato on the hizzy. Thank you. And thank you to everyone that has contributed. And to those who have not, no biggie. As long as you're here, that's all we care about. Thank you. We love you. And again, remember, you can always watch The Dungeon Run on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. Now, make sure to click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. Until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started. It started. It started. Started. As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
Let the dice
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.